Or he is submitted for cross-examination.
Yes, sir.
Deputies, I'm sorry, let me give him a chance to get the camera set up. Yes, sir. Thought we were doing that already.
I guess he just got to come in and turn it on.
Let's tell the jury to line up, please, sir. Tell them we're getting ready to start. Jeff Smith. Jury, please, sir. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone can be seated. Members of the jury, good morning.
Good morning.
How's everyone doing this morning?
Great.
How are your accommodations?
Great.
Food still digestible?
Yes.
Deputies treating you well?
Yes.
Good. Thank you for your patience this morning. Sergeant Dennis Evans, Jr. You can come forward, please, sir. Come up to where Deputy Smith is. Let him hold that folder for you for seconds. A new date, so I got to swear you in again.
Yes, sir.
Put your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you will give in this case be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. You have the longest back. Have a seat here, please, sir, and watch yourself, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we're finished yesterday. The state had submitted Sergeant Evans for cross-examination, and Mr. John K. Perry, you may proceed.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant Evans. Yesterday, I had a chance to do a brief board diary, and I just asked you a question about, I think, where you were working or how long you had worked. And I forget the exact question, but
Okay.
I'm going to ask it again in a different way. You work for the Memphis Police Department.
Yes, sir,
correct?
I do.
And you have worked for the Memphis Police Department for, I think, the last 20 years at least.
Yes, sir.
What year did you first get hired with MPD?
July of 2001.
And were you hired as a patrolman or what?
Yes, sir. I was hired as a patrolman.
And at some point, you shifted focus to digital forensics.
Yes, sir.
At what point was that?
So actually, about 2005 or 6, I got put on what at that point was considered called the CAT unit. From the CAT unit, I actually went to the PSN, which is Project Safe Neighborhoods. That was about 2007, and that's when I started doing cell phone stuff. Started looking at actual records, working wiretaps. So at that point is when I actually started analyzing call detail records. And so from there, it just transitioned into wiretapping from 2008 to about 2010 or 11. As far as phones themselves, we didn't start doing that until about 2015 or 16 when we opened up the original digital forensics unit at our real-time crime center.
And the CAT unit, just for the sake of it, is that an acronym? For
Yes,
something?
sir.
What's it?
Criminal Apprehension Team.
All right. And you have, I think, prior to being a part of digital forensics, you testified, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
And you would testify in court, usually on behalf of law enforcement, right?
Yes, sir.
And since then, you ended up being certified by Shelby, right?
Yes, sir.
And I think according to your testimony yesterday, now do you have the highest certification that you can have with Shelby?
No, sir, I don't. They have multiple levels.
Right. I think they have 4 levels, or is it 2 or 3?
I'd have to go back and look. I know we're certified. It's called CCO, which is a certified operator, and CCPA, which is the physical analyzer. So the operator allows you to extract the data, and then the analyzer allows you or teaches you how to analyze what was extracted.
And you learn how to extract the data
Both. Yes, sir.
initially, right?
Yes, sir.
And from that, you then learn the analysis portion.
Yes, sir.
correct?
It's a 1-week course.
All right. So, in order to do what you testified about yesterday, from an expert standpoint, the certification of it would be pretty much that week course.
Yes,
correct?
sir.
All right. So, for that 1 week, did they go through testifying and things like that? How you come to court and address the jury? Did they do any of that
They just talk about how you present the findings
to the jury?
to other law enforcement and to the DA's office.
Right. And you did that course back during 2010, 2008, when?
No, sir. I didn't do that course until 2016.
All right. So at the time that this would have been going on, you were not certified as a digital analyst, cell phone analyst, back in 2010, right?
Yes, sir.
And you said that you went through the course in 2016, which would have been around the time that Operation Rebound started.
Yes, sir.
And at the time that Operation Rebound started, you went through that course. Did they give you a certificate or anything along those lines?
They did.
And you have that certification. And since that time, which would have been approximately 6 years, more or less, give or take, you've testified how many times for defense?
For the defense?
Yes.
None.
All right. And how many times have you testified for the Memphis Police Department or for the DA's office?
I don't know the exact number. It would have to be, it's a handful of times.
Okay. When you say a handful, maybe 20, you think?
I would think more like 5 to 10.
5 to 10 times you've testified as an expert in court regarding the digital analysis, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you've had this file for how long?
Which file you're referring to?
Operation Rebound, the Lorenzen Wright murder case. How long have you had that file?
Since 2016 or 17 when we started it.
All right. And I received the report that the jury received on what day? Well, that's a bad question. You wouldn't know when I received it. What day did you give it to Mr. Hagerman?
2 days ago, he asked me for it.
All right, 2 days ago on this report that you were generating and that you worked on for over 6 years, 5 years, 6 years.
No, sir, I had various obligations with Operation Rebound.
I understand that. But I'm
as
talking
far as
about,
what's on the screen, yes, sir, they asked me to put together a presentation of an overview of the call records, an overview of the cell phone analysis, and an overview. They asked me to add in the Facebook stuff and what's in the report.
right, and it's a good PowerPoint, but it was prepared and finalized 2 days ago.
Yes, sir.
You did the analysis, did you? I mean, you provided, I guess, information regarding the analysis. Now, you don't go out on behalf of Verizon or AT&T or C-Spire and calibrate these machines or calibrate any of these mechanisms, correct?
No, sir.
And in fact, did you ever at any point do what's called peer review of your analysis in your report? Did you get anybody outside of the Memphis Police Department to look at your work and say this analysis is correct, or this analysis is good, or this analysis is flawed? Did you have a peer review person?
No, sir.
Bullet lady came in yesterday and she showed how the bullets work and how the mechanisms work. Did you have any sort of a model regarding how these cell towers work to show the jury? A cell tower that you were describing yesterday, I think throughout this city, how many cell towers would you say there are?
Oh, there are hundreds.
All right. And there are hundreds throughout the city, right?
Yes, sir.
And you did give, I think you talked about the face of the tower going this way and the face of the tower, some facing east, some facing north, etc., right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you have never had a job with AT&T, Verizon, or anything like that that matches longitudes, latitudes, that goes into the inner workings of those towers, though, right?
No, sir, I have not.
Now, you said that you've testified a handful of times, and you put that at around 6.
As far as
More or
for
less.
two different things. So if you're asking about cell phone records, or
Yes.
you're asking
Only.
about cell phone exams and dumps. The two different avenues.
Testifying similar to what you testified to as an expert yesterday with the court tendered you asked.
Yes, sir. It'd be only a handful of 5 or 6. We haven't had a lot of trials in the last 2 years.
I got you. And in this particular case, you spoke about your Cellbrite certification. Have you had any Cellbrite certification renewal courses within the last 5 or 6 years?
Yes, sir. I actually just got renewed this past year.
All right. And that renewal process from that week-long course is approximately how long?
It's another 4 to 6 hour class that they teach online, and then we take a test.
Okay, so you read it online and you have to answer questions though, right?
Yes, sir.
Back in 2010, at the beginning of this particular case, do you remember what unit you would have been in back in July of 2010?
I was assigned to the undercover unit.
And so you would not have been responsible for gathering certain reports regarding certain towers.
No, sir. Not on this case.
All right. And during that same time frame, you would not have, of course, been responsible for seeing whether or not there were any cell tower activity around the apartment that Mr. Wright had in Atlanta. Or not the apartment, I'm sorry, the townhouse that Mr. Wright had in Atlanta.
In 2010?
Yes.
No, sir.
And through the report, sometimes it's referred to as an apartment, but it seems like more like a townhouse. And when I say a townhouse, you know what I'm referring to.
Yes, sir, I did.
From the photos and everything. But you
I
didn't
haven't seen those photos, but I know the townhouse.
You didn't gather any of those photos or anything like that?
Oh, no, sir.
Did you go to Atlanta?
No, sir.
You focused on a 2-day or 3-day window as far as the actual tower activity, correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember exactly what those couple of days would have been as far as the tower activity?
For this report, yes, sir, it was July 18th and 19th, and then moving forward to the 20th, 21st of
Now,
2010.
At the time that the case would have taken place, it would have been possible to gather activity farther back for a window of time, maybe a month. this way and a month the other way, correct?
Are you referring to call detail records?
Yes.
Yes, sir, at the time.
Now, you got the call detail records from Mr. Turner, right?
Yes, sir.
Or from his carrier, C-Spire.
Yes, sir.
You also got the AT&T records regarding Ms. Wright, correct?
Yes.
You also got records regarding Edmund J., correct?
Yes, sir, these records were provided to me.
Did you ask for, after reviewing the records at any point, to get the records of a Merle Hampton?
No, sir, I was not.
And you saw in one sector of your report the name Merle Hampton appears, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, and I know that you have never worked for a cell phone company specifically. You worked mostly with the MPD. We look like we might be the same age. You might be younger. So I'm assuming the majority of your adult work life has been with MPD, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, it has.
And when you described the phone mechanism and how it works as it relates to cell towers, you didn't explain, I don't think from what I was writing, I was trying to write fast, you didn't explain how the actual cell phone mechanism works.
No, sir, we didn't go into that detail.
All right. If a person has a phone, what you can see on the outside of the phone, that doesn't have anything to do with the information that the tower is receiving or bouncing one way or the other, correct?
But you're asking on the outside of the phone?
On the outside of the phone. The shell casing, I guess we'll start with.
No, sir, it doesn't.
All right. Now, once you get on the inside of the phone, there are some mechanisms that I think the cell tower is reading, correct?
It's reading an antenna? Yes, sir.
What is the antenna reading coming from the actual phone? What sends the data to the phone? I mean, to the tower.
So the tower itself is sending out the radio wave. The radio wave is connected to the antenna and it's going back. So it's connecting that way.
And it's only the antenna, right? Like a chip wouldn't change that one way or other if I switch chips with Mr. Hagerman. That doesn't, and I go down Poplar, that wouldn't change anything about what cell phone data from 901-496-666, that wouldn't change anything, would it, if he and I exchanged cell phone chips?
Are you saying chip or are you referring to the SIM card?
SIM card,
Okay.
or SIM chip, that was what I...
Okay, so a SIM card is what connects the cell phone to the actual carrier into that network. And yes, sir, if you were to change your SIM card out with Mr. Hagerman, and you got Mr. Hagerman's SIM card to put it in your phone, then your phone would then, once it connects to the tower, would show a different IMEI number, which we talked about yesterday. That's the serial number to the phones. It would show a different phone number. That would be the phone number that now you're using off that SIM card to connect to that network.
And if Mr. Hagerman has my SIM card or SIM chip, he drives to Batesville today, and his phone pings, whose phone number going to, let's just say mine is AT&T, and the number is 496-1111. Where would 496-1111 show on my record as pinging?
So you're saying that you've now given your SIM card to Mr. Hagerman, correct?
Yes,
He
sir.
is now driven to Batesville.
Yes, sir.
And connected and using, it's going to show up his phone, his IMEI number, and his call records will show that that number or that device was using that tower.
So it would show,
It would show the phone that he has with the SIM card in it connected to that tower.
right. So if somebody says, where is John Perry on St. Patrick's Day 2022, and Paul Hagerman is sitting at my favorite restaurant in Batesville, Mississippi, eating, would it show that John Perry is here, or would it show that John Perry is in Batesville eating at his favorite restaurant off the square?
If you've switched SIM cards,
Yes.
it's going to show that device is down in Batesville,
Correct.
if the device is being used.
Now, yesterday when you were testifying about Jay's whereabouts on the night in question, you said that Jay was in Batesville and he's moving, right?
Yes, sir.
But you never said that Jay's phone was in Batesville, apparently moving to Sardis at some point or anything like that, right?
We're referring to the device itself was connecting to towers that were in Batesville. Yes, sir.
Right. So, just for clarity's sake, you're not saying that you know where Jay Martin was on that night, right?
No, sir, I'm not.
And you're not saying that you know whether or not Jay Martin was in Batesville or was driving to Sardis or manipulating the phone with someone in Batesville or Sardis on that night.
Based on the records we have, all we can tell you is that the device was using towers that were in Batesville.
The device, right? And there's no way that you could testify about who used a payphone in Batesville, whether or not it's a friend, a girlfriend, or one of the guys or persons who was referred to as helping him throw this party were in Batesville.
No, sir, there's no way for us to know, for me to testify to that.
You didn't search Merle Hampton, right? The name.
No, sir.
Was Merle Hampton anywhere in the phone records that you saw?
For Mr. Turner,
Yes.
it was in there multiple times, yes, sir.
Right.
The name.
Right. Was there an irony to the fact that when Cheryl Wright would call, that it seemed that Merle Hampton would call? Did you notice that? You said yesterday there's 140 some odd calls between Cheryl and Billy Turner, right? You got
It's 186, yes, sir.
Right. Out of those 186, did you bother to number how many seemed to be more than that? You said 45 seconds. I guess this is actually, it could be up to a minute and 15 seconds, I think, right? That is nobody answering. Is that not true, depending on the mechanism and the call?
Yes, sir. The standard we use is anywhere between 45 seconds to a minute.
Right. And the majority of those were not anybody answering from Mr. Turner, correct?
We looked at the call records, which ones you're referring to. I'm not sure which ones you're referring to.
May I approach you?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Which ones have we?
All right. Let's start at the first page.
Okay.
The first page is July, I believe. Is it not?
Yes, sir. It starts with July 5th.
Now, you would have gathered these and sent these, I believe, to Mr. Hagerman. He forwarded them to me.
Yes, sir. I was provided these, and then they were provided to him. Yes,
All
sir.
right. The very first call is a no subscriber, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then there's a call that's incoming, correct?
Yes, sir. There is.
Now, that 901-239-3322, do you know whose phone number that is?
The 239-3322 is Mr. Turner.
All right. And on that day, there appears to be a call. Do you see the duration?
Yes, sir. I do.
And how long is that duration?
43 seconds.
All right. And so that would be indicative that no answer, right?
Yes, sir. It could be no answer. It could be yes, sir.
And then there's an outgoing to the sheriff number of 901-552-6252, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And was that one answered?
It shows 28 seconds.
All right. And in fact, I got two calls that way that's not an answer, right?
Yes, sir. They're back to back.
And then another one that's no answer, correct?
It's only 29 seconds.
All right. And then if you go, let's go farther down that page.
Yes, sir.
You see Merle Hampton in calling again at 12:14:48.
Yes, sir. I do.
And that one seemed to be a 3-minute incoming call, correct?
That is correct.
Now, it doesn't tell you who other than the name Earl Hampton, but do you know what address that number corresponds to? Did you get any of that information?
About the cell tower?
No. Just the address. Like when you pay your phone bill, there'll be an address connected to the phone sometimes. but did you-
For Mr. Turner?
No. For this Merle Hampton number.
No, sir. I did not research that.
Okay.
Let me stop you for 1 second. Did you answer questions as to what page you might be on? What you and Sergeant Evans is looking at, is that in Exhibit 70 or is that some other document?
These are the complete records for that month, and what I can do is at this time, Your Honor, I'll ask the board. These are records provided through Discovery.
Yes, sir.
And if I can have the deputy approach you, and I'll ask him the predicate questions to ask him to be introduced in the evidence. Unless Mr. Hagerman might stipulate that.
We have no objection.
It'll be, I don't know what the number is.
It's Exhibit number 71. And this is, sorry, that was what?
So these are cell phone records. This is actually not the raw data. This is
Yes, sir.
This is the cell phone records for Mr. Turner, and these records were entered into one of our software programs called PinLink, and this is a printout from PinLink of the records from July 5th, 2010, with the last record being August 5th, 2010.
And
So-
these are cell phone records of Mr. Billy Turner, is that correct?
Yes, sir, they are.
For the record, today, exhibit number 71, a document described by Sergeant Evans, roughly, again, just guessing, about 25 pages or so. Cell phone records from July 5th, 2010 to August 5th, 2010. Billy Turner cell phone records, July 5 through August 5, 2010. I think everyone else try to follow along with this, Deputy Smith.
Is there a way, and I guess we can take a pause, this is the only document like this that would need to be copied?
That's
But
it.
if it can't, we can just copy it.
Hey, Sue, you don't mind sitting there for a moment? Call according to recess. I'm going to collect these copies. Got a copy machine. The copies real quickly. It should take about 3 minutes. Everyone can remain seated.
We'll stand as a recess.
apologies to the jury. It took a little bit longer than I thought. I thought it was about 25 pages, actually 41 pages. So it's about 700 pages that it had to copy, so that's why it took a little longer. Mr. Perry, you may proceed.
Let's go back to that first page real quick for a second.
Yes, sir.
When you receive these, you have at the top, or receive these from whomever provides them for you. And once again, who provides this type of document to you for the analysis? Does it come from another agency or entity within the Memphis Police Department, or how do you receive this report?
No, sir. In 2010 is when they obtained the raw data from the cell carrier.
I got you.
Then I was provided that as part of a case packet or an investigation packet. That data was presented to us or given to me. It comes from the cell phone carrier in an Excel document.
Yes.
We would then take the Excel document and we would ingest that or upload it into our software tool, which is Pinlink. And where this report was generated was from Pinlink. So what we're looking at here is what was ingested into the software, and then the software, they printed out a copy of this report.
And if you'll go through the columns with me, the target, that tells you the number of the person who you're trying to inquire about.
Yes, sir. That would be so we got the records from Mr. Turner, which is the 901-239-3322. So in our system, when we ingest it, we create a case, we then we auto-load the records in. In doing that, it generates the target, because that's our target number. That's whose records we're basing this report off.
And what's the next column?
So it's direction. So that would be if the call is incoming or outgoing. So an incoming call would be someone calling Mr. Turner. An outgoing call would be Mr. Turner calling someone else.
And the call status completed, what does that mean?
So that just means that a call was made. It doesn't necessarily mean it was answered or not answered. It just means that a voice call was transmitted through their network.
And like you said yesterday, sometimes they're under 45 seconds being a marking point, but that's just what you all use. It could be actually a little bit more or less if it's an unanswered call. In other words, you call me and my phone is on silent, I don't know it, or what have you, that you call, it could be a minute and a half before I know that you actually called. But something longer than that indicates that we're talking and having a conversation.
Yes, sir. It could go both ways. I could call you and we could talk for less than 30 seconds. We don't need to talk long. Or I could call you and and you don't answer it. That's just an indication of the duration of the call. The standard that we use in training is anything less than 45 seconds is typically not an answered call.
Now, the duration, of course, is what you just kind of described. The beginning location, is that different sectors, et cetera?
No, sir. The way this report's reading, so this is not the raw data. This is something that I didn't actually create this report. So the way this report was created is it's telling you the tower information. So that's the tower number that they're referring to.
Okay.
And so that's what it's referring to.
And based on your experience, 106 is where?
We'd have to pull it up, but it's going to be it's in Memphis. I believe 106 is actually going to be the tower that's actually close to the homicide scene, if I recall.
Right. And that's coming from a Merle Hampton, correct?
That shows that if we're looking at line number 2, is that what you're referring to?
Correct.
So yes, sir. Under dialed name. So to describe to the jury though, we don't get the names from the raw data. We just get cell phone numbers. So those numbers have to be researched. They have to be put through either police databases and researched. They have to be actually do a separate warrant or court order to reach out and get the subscriber information for that number. So that information is put in by an investigator who researched that phone number and then added that as the dialed name in the system. So that in the system, yes, sir, that shows is that name.
All right. And once you come down halfway down the page, you see that name again. Well, more than, I guess that's 3/4 of the way down.
At 12:14?
At 12:14, and then you have it at 12:15 also, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
Right. And it seems like the numbers of the duration of call almost seems identical. It's 3:08 and then 3:04, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And that's from a sector 106?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. Let's turn a few pages. Let's skip the second page into the third page. You see that name again?
Yes, sir, we do.
All right. And what column do you see that name in? Or what row? Would you say that's the third row?
I would refer to date and time. You have the date of July 5th, 2010 at 22:24.
Is that called incoming?
At 22:24, yes, sir, it's an incoming call.
And look at the time. What time is that?
That one's at 10:24.
All right.
22:24 hours.
Now, there's another call that's at 22. What from that?
The one below it?
Yes.
Sir, it's at 22:25.
All right. And then what's the duration of the call above it? 32 seconds.
Yes, sir, it is.
And then the one below it is 28 seconds.
Yes, sir, it is.
Now, does that not seem to be working simultaneously?
Yes, sir, I see where you're going. I mean, there's a 2-second gap. Is that what you're referring to?
Of a call coming
of
from
the
the same
overlay?
number,
Yes,
right?
sir.
All right. Let's go down mid-page. Now, let's say Merrill Hampton again, right?
Yes, sir.
Tell me, that number is coming, what time is that call going into Billy?
The two incoming calls are, you have duplicate records there, it would appear, based on the fact that they're at the exact same time.
And it's at, what sector are they coming from?
It's again, the 106. The first one actually, sir, comes from the 249, and the second one comes from 106.
Now, you got calls coming in at the same time from two different sectors, right?
Yes, sir.
And,
That's what
but
that
you
shows.
weren't, now, let me say this, you were working dope cases back then, right?
Yes, sir, I was working narcotics.
So I know this would have jumped off the page at you because you are an expert. Now, but it wasn't your fault not going deeper into this back then, right?
I wasn't asked to do that in
to do it.
2010, no,
All
sir.
right, let's turn the pages up. Let's go one page. Turn it over, because they're not numbered, and I apologize, but this is the record that we're getting to me. Or we just skip only one page. Let's go down again. You see the row numbers, I think about 7 or 8 rows down.
What date and time are we referring to?
We're talking about, I think, 7/6/2010, military time 22/14, 10/14 or so. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Go 2, 4, 6. I got it. Not counting it quite right, but I think it's 8 or 9 down.
Yes, sir. I see the call at 22:14 hours.
All right. And then you have one at 22:15, right?
Yes, sir, we do.
Same duration, but those are from the same sector this time, correct?
Yes, sir, they are.
All right. Now let's turn to the next page. You have let's go to July 7th, 2010, down to 2041-04 and 2041-04 once again. See where we are?
Yes, sir, I do.
Everybody following on? All right. Can you read that time for me?
Yes, sir. Again, it's a duplicate call shown at 20:41 and 04 hours.
All right. Now, each one that we've read thus far, and if you don't agree, you can look at different pages, but they seem to be incoming to Billy, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's go over a page to 7/8/2010. Looks like midnight on the 8th of July. Now there only appears to be one call that time, correct?
Yes, sir. There's an incoming at 0009 hours.
All right. And that's from what sector?
It's the same tower, sir.
All right. Now let's go down to where it's 12:09. That's midday, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
And there's a call at 12:09:57 for 35 seconds. I mean, it's unanswered, right?
It just shows the duration of 35 seconds, yes, sir.
And then one for 33 seconds, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then if you go down again a few lines, what time is the next call from Merle Hampton? Do you see that?
Talking about 7/8 at 1901?
Yes.
Yes, sir, there's a call at 1901.
And what time would that be? Regular time?
7:01 p.m.
Okay. And that call also is not answered, correct?
It just shows a duration of 43 seconds. I can't testify if it was answered or not.
I got you.
Yes, sir.
So you got two calls that same way. One is 43 seconds, one is 14 seconds, correct?
Yes, sir.
Then we go down a line, skip a line. Merle Hampton, again, what time is that?
This is an outgoing call at you're talking about the 1904, or were you going
Correct.
down?
The
1904, it's an outgoing call for 48 seconds.
All right, and there's another one, right?
Yes, sir, there is another one. Again, it's showing you duplicate calls.
I got you. Now we go down to the next page. Turn the next page over, please. Now you see another incoming, correct? At 7/09/2010 at 09:26.
Yes, sir, we do.
34. It's like 9 in the morning. isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And that one is a 36-second call, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
And then next to that is an actual outgoing for 4 minutes and 7 seconds. All right?
Okay, hold on. You're talking about 9:26?
Correct.
Yes, sir.
No, I think it's 10:20:48.
So 10:20:48, yes, sir. There's a duplicate call again that shows 4 minutes and 7 seconds.
Did you look at any of Jimmie Martin's records or statements, or hear any of his statements at all?
The statements? No,
Yes.
sir.
Any recordings?
I heard some of his recordings from 2012,
Okay.
just during the course of the investigation.
During the course of it, from your recollection, do you remember him talking about coming to Memphis and Cheryl giving him Billy's car?
No, sir, I do not.
You don't remember any of that?
No, I was not part of all that.
I got you. Let's turn again. And we go to 7/9/2010. You see there's another 29-second call and then a 26-second call during a 10 o'clock hour, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, since the jury will have the benefit of looking at this later, let's jump to the night in question, or to the day in question, 7/18/2010. All right. At 14:03. What time is 14:03?
It'd be 2:03 in the afternoon.
All right. You have an incoming call. You see that?
Yes, sir, I do.
And that incoming call is at what time from Edna J? And let's go above Merle Hampton. Edna J. Do you know who Edna J is supposed to be?
I know based on the phone information that Cheryl Wright had Jimmie Martin's name in her phone is Edna J.
All right.
So, yes, sir.
Okay. Edna J. Calls Billy. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's what the record showed.
Now, this time, when Billy, I guess, returned called or tried to call or what have you, the next line, the outgoing call, where does it end up answered?
It's an outgoing call to the 901-515-7714, which they have listed here as the Morel Hampton.
All right, Morel Hampton, and that call actually lasts for how long?
The one after it lasts for 6 minutes and 26 seconds.
Now, do you see the sector on that?
Shows Tower 109.
And that would be in the Memphis area, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so we know at 101 or at 1403 hour, 101 is where?
I'd have to look at the, I don't recall it.
You-
I'm sure it's in Memphis. I'd
It's
have
in
to
the
look.
Memphis area,
Yes, sir.
right?
I would have to say it's in the Memphis area.
Right. And then when Billy responds to the call, it still gets answered in the Memphis sector, 109, right? Right below it.
Yes.
For 6 minutes, it's a conversation. Correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then we go down on that same day, 7/18. This is the daytime before Mr. Wright is killed, right?
Yes, sir, it is the day before.
You got a number of calls that are going to Billy from Etna J, correct?
There's calls listed at 16:53 hours for Edna J. There's a call at 16:55. Yes, sir, there's several calls.
And those sectors are Memphis sectors,
They're Memphis Towers, yes, sir. That's how I would refer to them.
all right? Now, let's go a page over. At 7:19, you have 2 incoming calls. If you go to you have 3 in a row, right?
Yep.
One is from Batesville, correct?
Says Batesville payphone.
All right, and I'm pretty sure the Batesville payphone doesn't have a chip or anything in it. Straight payphone back in 2010. I don't see any payphones much now, but
I would assume that, yes, sir.
all right. And that seems to be a 31-second call, correct?
Are you talking at 7:19 at 002 hours?
Correct. That 12:02 in the morning.
Yes, sir, it is.
And
It's a
you-
31-second call.
Okay. And then you have another call. What's the next time that's listed on the line below?
It's 001215, that one? That's one you're referring to?
Right.
Edna J? Yes, sir.
And then you have another call from this Merle Hampton number, correct?
Yes, sir. 14
And that's it.
minutes after midnight.
That's how many minutes?
14 minutes after midnight.
All right. Now, you said you didn't listen to Jimmie Martin's information previously, correct? You didn't listen to it or remember it, or did you listen to it?
It was played, I mean, during the investigation, we listened to it, but it was not something that I was asked to analyze or look at or go to and write a report on, no, sir. I don't know all the exact details of what was said in the,
Back in those days, in the 2010s, or even in the 2012, you weren't doing the forensic analysis, correct?
in 2010, I was
Yes.
I was assigned to the undercover unit. And I would do, at the undercover unit, I did cell phone records, and also I was more of an analyst for them.
Now, if you did cell phone records and things like that in the past, and you know some of this stuff you got interested in back when you were doing that with the undercover unit, you knew back then people would change cell phones and chips and things like that all the time, right?
People can, yes, sir.
And did you know that Edna J, while he's talking to Memphis Police Department, indicates that back in the day when he got caught in his first murder, because of the phone. So I knew about phones, is what he said. That's a person that knows phone technology, according to him. Would you not say that?
Your Honor, I don't think this is the appropriate witness for this question.
I'll strike.
To the hearsay and everything else.
All right.
And he cannot testify to what another person might think was the pair of sustained objection.
Yes, sir. You're an expert, right? So I'll do hypothetical. You talked before about about whether or not Mr. Hagerman or I were if Hagerman was in my restaurant in Batesville, right? Remember that?
Yes, sir.
And I gave him my phone chip, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now let's make it even more complicated. Let's say that I, in planning to do a murder, tell you, my other buddy, hey man, call this number from this cell phone for me, because he ain't answering. You calling from Batesville, right?
You're asking me if I'm calling from Batesville?
I mean, I'm just saying, if I ask you to call a number for me in Batesville, you could call a number for me in Batesville, and I'd be sitting dead square in the middle of Memphis, can you not?
We only can testify to the records. The records, if you're referring to Mr. Martin, have that the phone itself, the device, connected to towers in Batesville. As far as who's on the other end of that device, I can't testify to that.
Right, and you also can't testify who's in the field killing Lorenzen Wright in Memphis, can you?
No, sir, I cannot.
All right, and as it relates back to Batesville, what I'm saying is in your record, you made mention of there being a call from a Batesville payphone. I thought if you didn't, I'll move on.
Oh, no, sir, I didn't.
All right, and you're not saying that because that phone call was made from a payphone in Batesville, that this man or woman or whomever would have made it would have in fact been Jimmie Martin. You're not saying that, are you?
No, sir, I can't. I can't testify to that.
And because his phone is moving up a highway to Sardis, or comes to rest in Sardis, you're not saying that Jimmie Martin is holding that phone in Sardis, are you?
I can't testify to that, no, sir.
And you never at any point in time did any kind of research or made note or even mentioned Merle Hampton and the calls from Merle Hampton yesterday, did you?
No, sir.
In fact, we're going to get into your report in a moment. Merle Hampton pops out in the middle of your report, doesn't it?
Yeah, the name's in there.
Right.
Yes, sir.
What about Augusto Julioso or something along those lines? It was a name, Augusto, that stuck out. I like the name. I don't have it in front of me right now. But did you do research on the phone, that phone number?
No, sir, I did not.
Now, if you didn't listen to the tape, you wouldn't know this. So, how many people were questioned regarding this case? Do you know?
Oh, I do not know.
Jack, this isn't the appropriate way.
I can. May I respond, Your Honor? I can respond to an objection.
If it's within his knowledge, you may certainly ask the question, Mr. Perry, but he's tendered as an expert in phone records and cell phone extrapolations and the investigation as to who may have been questioned, how many people may have been investigated. I don't know if he knows the answer. If he knows the answer, he may certainly answer it, but I think he started to say he didn't know.
I got you.
Yes, sir.
On the report and the information from 2010, you said that you could have, if you were working back in 2010, made a request for the extrapolation data from different places, right? Including Walnut, the lake in Walnut. Did you have any information to go by in 2016 regarding any phones bouncing off of that particular tower?
No, sir.
Did you, based on your report from 2016, have any data regarding any other addresses that Billy Turner would have been in on the night of July 18, 2010?
No.
Yesterday, when you were testifying, you turned and said Billy Martin was at Cheryl's house. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
And you're not basing that on information provided to you from anybody at the DA's office or the police department, any kind of calls that you've heard where Cheryl is talking to Billy in her house, right? You don't have any videos of Billy walking around the backyard or anything like that, do you?
No, sir, I do not.
You have a photo of Billy being in that house.
No, sir, I do not.
So you don't know, in fact, whether or not Billy was in that house at all, do you?
No, sir, I can only testify that what the records indicate.
We're going to get into that in a minute, but you don't have any data whatsoever that you, as an expert, can rely on when you made the statement, Billy's in Cheryl's house. That's not a statement that you can testify to, right?
Correct.
All right. And so you don't know that, in other words.
Oh, no, sir. We can place the device in that area.
Right. How many houses are in that area?
I don't know the number. It's a neighborhood.
100, 200 houses, you think? Collierville, in that area?
It's be several.
All right. So, do you know how many, and I'm not talking about necessarily on July 18th, but you testified also about houses in that particular sector.
and a July 21st time frame where Edmonds J's number appears to be in a sector in Collierville, right?
Yes, sir.
And do you realize, as a part of your investigation, do you know that Billy Turner was operating a lawn service during that time?
I'd heard that, yes, sir.
And having known that, and knowing that Cheryl lived in a neighborhood, if it's 1 o'clock in the daytime, Billy could be at a number of houses in that neighborhood, right?
I can't testify to that.
Can you testify where Billy grew up?
No, sir.
Can you testify about a neighborhood called Starlight?
No, sir.
Can you testify about the neighborhood that was east of that sector that Cheryl's house was at the bottom of, that seemed to be, I think, at the intersection of where 72, well, below Poplar is 72 at some point. But in that neighborhood in Collierville that you drew the second sector in the eastern portion of that, do you remember, did you do any information regarding that neighborhood?
No, sir, I was not asked to do that.
I think it's a true question now. Pause.
Jurors, this need break. Ladies and gentlemen, remember course instruction, not discuss case with anyone or amongst yourselves. We'll take a recess for a few minutes, let me know when you're ready to resume, and you can follow Deputy Smith, please. Sorry, we have to step down from the witness stand. You cannot discuss your testimony with anyone on the break, and we'll resume it shortly, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. For the record, this question from the jury was in need of a break, Mr. Smith. So this court will stand in recess for a few minutes. Clear the courtroom, please. Parties are present. Both sides ready to proceed. Ask Sergeant Evans. Ask Sergeant Evans to step back in the courtroom, please. Yes, if you bring the jury, please, sir. Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Everyone can be seated. Sergeant Evans, come forward, please, sir. Sergeant Evans was sworn in yesterday, swore in again today. You can resume your seat on the witness stand. You're still under oath to testify truthfully, sir. See that document that you were looking at before the launch, Mr. Sealer?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. Ms. Perry, you may proceed.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant Evans, you talk to anybody about your testimony or anything at lunchtime, did you?
Yes.
All right. And I was asking you a question regarding that, the area or the sector that would be east of where Cheryl Wright's sector was. Where I think in your, and I can go to your chart in a minute.
Okay.
It's called an area called Starlight in Collierville. I asked you if you're familiar with the Starlight neighborhood in Collierville.
No, sir, I'm not.
Okay. Yesterday, you had I think a part of your report reflected some Facebook business records.
Yes, sir, it did.
And were you the person that made the request for those records?
No, sir, I was not.
Did you receive the full dose of those records, or just a little bit of it?
No, sir, I received a zip file and a
Okay.
PDF. So I typically with the zip file and the PDF, that would be the entirety of what was sent from Facebook.
And you realized that on yesterday, I think there were, if I may approach you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
As a part of your presentation, I think you made reference to some Facebook messages that you had received.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And you received those back in what year?
Oh, I received those last week, sir.
Okay, so you just got the 2,000-page zip file?
Yes, sir.
All right. But you did get all 2,000 pages?
I believe so, sir. I didn't count them, but I got the entire zip folder.
Did those reflect Jimmie Martin's Facebook records?
Yes, sir, they did.
received that zip file? Did you go all the way through that zip file?
That's right, not.
All right, and so you wouldn't be familiar with anybody named Tiffany Antoinette in that file?
No, sir.
Were you asked to look at page 2173 of the file?
No, sir, I was not.
If there were any pages that made reference to going to Atlanta, that wouldn't have stuck out in your mind?
I wasn't asked to look for it. If I would have been asked to look for it, I would have searched for that and pulled it out or looked at the actual messages.
All right. Likewise, did you look at a page 2108?
Not that I can recall, no, sir.
All right. And with the name Janet Stewart Twilley from the Facebook records of Jimmie Martin, would that make any difference one way or the other with you?
No, sir.
All right. Were you given reference to an address, 494 South Main in Colleyville?
In reference to the record, to these records?
No, not Facebook. We're off Facebook.
Okay, we're done with that.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
In reference to the investigation, did anybody tell you from your MPD office or the DA's office regarding the record to look at look into Street 494 South Main extended in Colleyville?
No, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Now, you are familiar with that document?
I've never seen it before, no, sir, but I can go through it.
You'll look through it. I won't ask you a question until you've had a chance to peruse it. Can you look for Edna J. Teixeira in that sequence of documents?
Is there a specific page you're looking me to look at, or is there, I'm not sure where you want me to go.
If I can get it back from you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
It might be easier.
Oh, that's fine. For the sake of the record, I'm referencing Exhibit 58.
Yes, sir.
All right. I should have started off with page 1. I thought that you were.
Yes, sir.
Is it on page 1?
It's on page 1. What I'm
Approach.
Okay, thank you.
Approach.
I appreciate it. I didn't wanna
Sergeant Evans, is that just what you
disrespect
want
your
to
court.
look at? Yeah. All right. You
Yes,
see
sir.
page 1?
I do.
All right. And who is Edna J again?
Edna J was saved in Cheryl Wright's phone as Jimmie Martin, or it's Jimmie Martin goes by the, she had in here, her contacts as Edna J.
Okay, and yesterday, the same way that you were reading the text interchange,
Yes, sir.
can you read that text interchange, please?
So this would be to Edna J at 662-650-0739. The date's July 15, 2010. The first message is going to be at 6:44 p.m. That's UTC -5, and the message reads K.
Okay. Go
Go
down
on.
to the next line.
So the next message is going to be the same date. It's going to be from Edna J. So now we're going answering back, and it's going to be at 6:45 and 23 seconds, which is less than a minute, and it says same place.
All right.
Below that, it's going to be now going to Edna J. again on the 15th at 6:45, and the message reads 8:15.
All right.
Below that, it looks like almost the exact same, to again, so it's going to Edna J, and it could be a duplicate because it's the same exact, it says 8:15, it's the exact same time.
All right. Next line.
The next line would be from Edna J on the 15th, again of 2010, at 6:54, so you're looking at 9 minutes later, and it's cool, is the word.
All right. Next line.
That's going to again, be more of a duplicate record. It's not necessarily a duplicate text, but it's a duplicate record. Your next is going to be 2 Edna J on the 15th at 7:32 12 seconds p.m. and it says 8:30. Again, we have another duplicate below that, and then again it's going to be 2 Edna J 7:15 at 8:32. So we're looking at an hour later, 8:50 or 8:50.
It appears at this point that the person is changing the time. In other words, trying to meet that person at a certain destination and saying,
Yes, sir. They're saying same place, and they give 2 different times or 3 different times: 8:15, 8:30, 8:50.
next line.
You got 2 Edna J again on the 15th at 9:35, and it says, "Been here for 40 minutes."
Now, who is that sent from?
That is 2 Edna J. This record doesn't indicate. It just shows Edna J's phone number.
All right.
So I don't see the other number.
Okay. Look at the column. Do you see to your right where it's showing whose cell phone this
It's
is?
Jimmie Martin's text messages.
All right. And it's to whom?
Well, all it says here. I'm not.
No,
Yes,
you're
I'm just
fine.
reading what's on the paper.
It says Jimmie
Jim-
Martin's
yeah,
text
Jimmie-
messages and Edna J.
Yep.
Correct? All right. And Edna J is stored in whose phone as Edna J?
Sheriff's phone.
Okay.
Okay.
And so if that is stored in Cheryl's phone as Edna J,
So these are pulled from. You're getting these are pulled from her phone.
from Cheryl's phone. And Cheryl down there says what to Edna J?
At 9:35, it says, "Been here for 40 minutes." And then he replies back to her at 9:36 or a minute later, "What you in?" And then she replies back to him, "Van." And then he replies back to her at 9:40, "All right."
In the extraction reports that you have gone through before and what you were reading yesterday, you did have one text message that you said at a point during the early morning hours of July 19th where Cheryl texted Billy, "Boy, you owe me," or something along those lines. "You owe me my commission because I'm giving Lorenzen your cards." I'm summarizing.
Yes, sir.
But you remember a text message exchange such as that?
Yes, sir. It was on July 18th. It was the night before.
July 18th. But you never had an exchange where Cheryl was supposed to be meeting Billy or describing a place or time or anything like that, do you?
No, sir. Those messages were not there.
Now, you are not familiar with the other, you didn't go through all the Facebook messages.
No, sir. I did not.
And that's not your job to do, right? It's my job to do. 2,300 some odd pages of Facebook messages, right? One saying that they're supposed to be going to Atlanta on July 15th, possibly mean he's going to Atlanta to meet with Cheryl at that time, correct?
I think this is not the appropriate witness again. If we can approach or.
If the question is, and I believe Sergeant Evans has testified that he did not review all the records, and if you're asking him, Mr. Perry, what those messages could have meant, he can't answer that because you're asking him to speculate as to something that he says he has not read, has not seen. So it's the same objection because he can't speculate to something that he has no knowledge of.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
On that same point, and just like the judge said, you can't testify as to where somebody's driving and all those types of things, right?
No, sir. I can't. As far as
And if-
based on records?
Yeah.
Yes, no, sir.
And just like we talked about earlier, you can't speculate as to where Billy might have been at a certain day or time or any of that, can you?
No, sir. All I can testify to is the
What you
records.
have. Okay. Right now, we're just going to start on the page and all right. Going back to yesterday, and the jury can all see. Okay. Going back to yesterday, you did this PowerPoint, and you made it available the day before yesterday, correct?
That's correct.
And if we'll turn to the next page of it. Well, the first page, it has cell phone records, cell phone exams, and Facebook records. Now, a few moments ago when I was asking you about Facebook records, I asked you about the full volume of Facebook records. You were provided them in the zip drive. In other words, the zip drive had all 2,400 odd pages, et cetera, right?
Yes, sir, it did.
But you only went to certain areas, correct?
Correct.
And this report would only reflect those certain areas, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Next page, sir. Okay. Thank you.
We just got that.
I feel inspired.
Very good.
Thank you.
Is it-
All right.
Is that a pointer?
No, it's not a pointer. It'll click me page to page, and it's about an 80% chance I'll mess this up too. So we'll see.
He may want to make it bigger if you want to do the slideshow.
No. I'm just going to go to the next page.
So here's the thing. It's going to sound really weird. We tested this earlier.
Yeah.
You got to stand behind these two mics.
Okay.
Work. It's just
Which one goes? That goes forward.
It's forward.
All right. Thank you.
You may want to.
something to do with all the speakers and Bluetooth.
You may want to make it a slideshow to make it bigger instead of that. There you go.
All right. In cell phone technology overview, we talked earlier about technology, et cetera. You're not able to testify as to the inner workings of those machines.
No, sir, I cannot.
And the tower is not in the center of the hexagon. Is that information provided by Cellbrite, or where do you get that information?
On the bottom right, PATC Tech, we've been through training with them, so
All right.
that's where that was pulled from.
And most of this technology, you receive the information from the companies and input it into a data system. Is that-
Yes, sir, we receive raw data from the cell carrier, and then we would use a software tool.
And PAC Tech, that would be the software tool?
No, sir, PATC Tech does independent training on
Oh.
how to analyze cell phone records and how to read cell phone records. And so they go over the technology.
Okay. Cell phone technology, side lobes, rear lobes, and you described that yesterday, so there's no reason to rehash. I'll just keep going through it.
Yes, sir.
That again is talking about the sectors, et cetera.
Yes, sir, the 3-sector deployment at the bottom and how there's overlay amongst the sectors so that we don't have drop calls.
And then that is how the sectors work in actuality, but to make it clean for presentation's sake, you sometimes can draw the sectors as close as you can to that with straight lines.
Yes, sir, you would make more of a cone shape to give a visualization of the direction of the antenna.
Now, is there a give and take, how many miles one way or the other that a person would be at a certain time when you're drawing those sectors and drawing the cones from those sectors?
The person or the tower?
Or the tower, really.
Yes, sir. Every tower can be different. It can depend on things as the topography. It can depend on buildings. A tower that's in downtown Memphis that has big buildings around it's not going to go out as far as a tower that's out in the country or the interstate driving to Nashville.
Now, in that part of East Memphis / Germantown that we're talking about, there are not a lot of large, the Clark Tower and things like that in that area, correct?
No, sir. There's
Not a lot of super tall hotels or office buildings out in that area.
No, sir.
And that's what you were talking about just a second ago, population, terrain. We don't have valleys, mountains, anything like that.
No, sir.
And the number of towers. Is there anything that's less than you think? Now, we spoke yesterday about towers going towards Walnut, right?
Yes, sir.
And you wouldn't expect the same number of towers necessarily driving down 72 than you would on Poplar in East Memphis.
No, sir.
All right.
You would not.
And you would expect more in this area, in Memphis.
In a
than you would-
populated area, yes, sir.
Now, in your analysis, you didn't make the call, but would it have been in retrospect a good thing to have gotten records going back maybe 2 weeks prior to the date in question?
We would have gotten 36 months.
Okay.
Yes, sir. We would have gotten more records if we were doing that case, this case today.
All right. And at that time, what we have to depend on are sector records for 4 days, basically.
Yes, sir. We had, Mr. Turner's records were for 30 days, so we had those 30 days. That's all we had to reference.
Did you, using those records for 30 days, did anybody run to Atlanta and talk to maybe the Atlanta Police Department or whatever county would make up that particular area that Mr. Wright lived in to see if there was ever a bounce in that sector?
I can't testify to that. I didn't do it. I don't know if they did or not.
Do you have anything in this report that reflects that you have, that data has been provided or gathered by the Memphis Police Department?
As far as going to Atlanta,
As far as any kind of record saying that Billy Turner would have been in that sector or that he would not have been in that sector that was close to Mr. Wright's home in Atlanta, Georgia.
I don't have records that detail that, no, sir.
C-Spire, Verizon, AT&T, each are 3 different providers, and each has different mechanisms by which you have to interpret the data that they gather regarding their phone usage.
Yes,
Correct? Matter of fact, when we talked yesterday, I asked you, just based off of the records that we received, AT&T is probably the easiest of the 3 to interpret, right?
it's just, they all provide the raw data in a different format. So AT&T provides it in a PDF and a text. They provide it broken down by voice, by data, and by SMS. So it's a little bit, we can go through it. Theirs is just a different method.
They provide a longitude, latitude on the actual form that you provided to the disc that I got. Did you get a disc from the DA's office, or did you provide the disc to the DA's office with the different, with Billy Turner, Jimmie Martin, and Cheryl Wright's phone data?
I was provided that information.
So you wouldn't have gone back and looked back at the sections or anything like that after getting the information from the DA's office?
Yes, so I looked at the records making this report, if that's what you're asking. Yes.
When were you provided the records?
These records were obtained in 2010. We've had, throughout the investigation, they've had these records since 16 or 17 is when they started getting Operation Rebound. And I was part of that operation. So as far as me particularly, I was provided all these records in the last 2 or 3 weeks, and as far as everything to make sure we had what we needed.
The full report that you went in and completed the other day?
Yes.
Back in 2016, that would have been around the time that you got certified to give the type of testimony that you're giving today, right?
That's for cell phones.
Right.
For cell phone records, I started actually getting trained on that back in 2008.
Right. But for the actual cell phone, data usage, et cetera, I know about gathering, but I'm
Yes.
saying to give the type of expert testimony, it would have been simultaneous pretty much with Operation Rebound.
As far as for the physical phone, yes, the phone records, we had those throughout the case.
Right.
As far as just to double check that we had everything has been the last several weeks. But yes, sir, we had access to those records in 16.
All right. For that July 15th date, did you check and see where Cheryl Wright was?
No, sir, I was not asked to look at that.
Did you check to see where Jimmie Martin was on July 15th?
I was not asked to look at that.
All right. And having read what you read earlier about them asking where are you and giving 30 minutes, et cetera, that would have been something worth at least looking into, do you not think?
If they had asked me to analyze it and map it out, we would have done that.
All right. But you weren't.
No, sir, I was not.
And we talked earlier, you got the calls between Billy and Cheryl Wright, 186. Now, that number does not reflect how many incoming versus outgoing.
It's just a total number.
Right. And it also doesn't reflect how many times the numbers actually engaged into a conversation.
No, sir, it does not.
All right. And likewise, Billy Turner and Jimmie Martin. Now, you can say from what you have provided as the data and what you've rendered as an opinion that at least on that day in question, Jimmie Martin had initiated conversations with Billy Turner on the July 18th day, correct?
They called each other back and forth, yes, sir.
Now, did it appear that there might have been a missed call and then Billy Turner attempted to call? Do you know any of the background to any of that?
No, sir, I did not.
All right. Analysis report, the 7250 German Creek Park. You testified yesterday where that home would be in relation to a specific sector, right?
Yes, sir.
And you did give analysis that during that evening that he had been in that sector, right?
Yes, sir.
And I thought you were clear on this, but I want to make sure. You never said that Billy Turner tried to cut his phone off and cut it back on or any of that, right?
No, sir, I did not.
It appeared that his phone stayed on the same way, right?
Yes, sir.
And we go to the cell phone map. And right here, 7-8. I'm in that weird area that my eyesight is failing me from this distance. And
That's okay.
And it feels a little bit closer, but I'm thinking that first line is Jimmie Martin, right? And it has outgoing on your chart up there.
Yes, sir, it does. It's at 11 or 23:41 hours military time, 11:41 p.m. It's an outgoing call to Jimmie Martin.
Now, that's on July 18th.
It's on July 18th.
Well, actually, earlier that day, was there not a call, or later at the 17th, was there not a call during the hours prior to then from Jimmie Martin to Billy Turner?
I'd have to refer back to the records if we want to look and see if they're there. Because I would, you want me to look at these?
The jury has it, they can look at it, but
Okay.
you can look at it if you like, I don't mind.
So you're asking about the 17th in the evening hours? Is that right?
Correct. All right. On the 18th, you have at 23:41:49.
Yes, sir.
All right. That would have been approximately 11 o'clock on the 18th.
Yes, sir.
But that's not the first phone call from July 18th.
No, sir. That's the end of the day.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So in other words, and I know that you're focusing on a particular time for the sake of your presentation, but that presentation does not reflect the fact that Jimmie Martin was attempting to contact Billy Turner during the early parts of the day.
Yes, sir. If you look at the date of July 18th at 14:03 hours or 2:03 p.m., there's an incoming call from Edna J., who we know as Jimmie Martin, to Mr. Turner
Okay.
on the records.
And like I said, you have raw data, et cetera. You don't have any of the background stuff about what's going on during the day or any of that.
No, sir.
All right. Let's go to the next. Now, you have a Billy Turner cell tower usage, July 18, 2010. All right? To July 19, 2010.
Yes, sir.
And you have what I'm looking at is some clearly defined sectors, right?
Yes, sir. The
And-
cell towers and the directions of the, yes, sir.
All right. And during that day, based off of the information that you have gathered and that you are interpreting for this jury, those sectors are the sectors that reflect the cell towers that Billy Turner used during the course of that day, right?
Yes, sir. In this slide particularly, you're looking at a call that was at 20:42 hours, I believe. That's going to be 8:42 p.m. on this 18th.
Right.
And the tower below that white bubble is an arrow pointing to the sector of that cell tower that was used or reflects in the records that was connected to.
And it reflects that it was connected to at a particular time, right?
Yes, sir.
But it also reflects on not that sector, but the sector that would be to the east of that.
I'm just showing that as reference. It was not connected there.
Okay.
We didn't individually map out each tower individual. So this is a reflection of the towers between that time frame of 2042 to 015. And then as we go through the slides, the arrow will point to the sector of the tower that it's connecting to for that call.
All right. Now, you have a dot reflecting Cheryl Wright's house,
Yes, sir, we do.
and you drew that dot based on what?
So her address, we used her address to then do a Google search. From there, we were able to obtain the GPS coordinates. The GPS coordinates for her house was then put into the system, and that's how we were able to drop a pin essentially where that's at.
When you drop that pin at that particular house, that house is actually, I think, a little bit outside of that sector, is it not?
Well, so that sector, that's not a true representation like we talked about with the technology. That's to give a visual reference
Right.
to what direction it's going.
Okay.
I can't testify to you to the distance at which that sector would end. We would have to do additional testing that we didn't have access to then, and we can't do it now based on we can't go back 12 years. So all we can say is that cell tower, if you look at the kind of bubble to the right of the arrow, that's where the tower is located.
Right. Right.
The sector is pointed in that direction based off the raw data from the cell phone carrier, and that's the direction at which the antenna was pointed, and that's where the phone connected.
Okay. Now, you said earlier that you do this, I mean, you prepare these presentations for the district attorney's office sometimes,
Yes, sir.
and this would not be your first time doing it.
I look at cell phone records pretty much every day, 5 days a week, for various homicide cases and violent crime cases throughout the city.
Right. And would you say that you prepared some, probably 83, 84 reports?
Prepare a lot. I don't know the exact number.
About 83 or 84. Now, there are times that you give specific data, like in other words, if there's a homicide that happens at sheriff's house, you are able to say, Paul, this person definitely was right here at that particular time because of the data that you gathered. There are times that you do that, correct?
If you're referring to GPS data off of a phone, is
That
that what
you-
you're relating to?
What I'm referring to, there are times that you can tell that a person is in a particular sector.
Yes, sir. There's technology that can aid us in providing that information. As
Right.
far as provide us what area and what part of the sector they're in. Yes, sir.
Right. In other words, you have said before, this person is John Perry, was into it with Judge Coffey. John Perry was standing in front of Judge Coffey when he was shot by Judge Coffey. You're able to say that in cases and provide that information because you say that at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, these two people are definitely in this sector.
That would be more for phone analysis and then utilizing the GPS on a phone. I can't say that based off of a cell phone record, off of a sector in a tower.
Right. But you can definitely say that in cases, and you have said it.
In cases involving cell phones, yes, sir, we can say that.
All right. Gave me a. How do I go back? All right. The white bubble. What is that saying?
So this is now reflective of a call that was later. So this is a call at 20:54 hours. So on the same day, the 18th, and so now it's telling you that it's changed to the other side of that tower. So it's not showing on the sector that was the previous light. So it's showing on the antennas are facing the other direction.
Now, if I posit to you that that is the starlight area that I was asking you about, is there any way that you would, or any reason that you'd have to say that's not starlight? Or commonly referred to as starlight?
I'm not sure where Starlight's at, sir. I can't testify to it. I don't know where on the map it would be.
Have you ever Googled 494 South Main Street Starlight? Or,
No, sir. I have not. I wasn't asked to look into that. No, sir.
and you don't know whose home would be in that area or anything, but you do know that Billy's phone was used in that sector at some point.
Yes,
That
sir.
you-
That's what the records indicate. Yes,
All
sir.
right. Now, yesterday you were clear when you talked to the jury about he was at Sheriff's house. So right now, I just want to be clear. You can't say he was at Sheriff's house.
No, sir. We can say that he was in that sector at that time and date. That's
Can
what
you
we
say how long he was in that sector?
We can only show, but based on the towers. No, sir. The duration of the calls.
Can you say if he was at a gas station in that sector?
I can't say that. No, sir.
Can you say if he stopped to get a Coca-Cola in that sector?
I don't know what he did in that sector, sir. No, sir.
And so you don't know that he's visiting Cheryl or Cheryl's neighbor or anybody in that sector, right?
No, sir. Based on the information we had, the records only reflect that he was using that side of the tower.
In that
at
sector.
time. In that sector.
All right. Now, right here you have the 4 places that you're saying, I think right now I'm pointing at the calls in the middle, calls at 2252.
Yes, sir.
Those were made where?
So all these calls at 2252, 2313, 2343, and 2347 were all in the tower that the arrow is pointing to. So the white bubble in the tower that it's pointing to, which is going to be closest to Mr. Turner's house, we had listed based on the subscriber information.
Did you see a name Raven Faulkner in those records at all?
Yes, sir, we did.
And do you know where Raven lives?
I do not.
You know Raven's relationship with Billy back then?
No, sir, I do not.
You don't know if she lives along 385 or if it's a number of apartments out there, right?
There are apartments out there, yes, sir.
All right. You don't know if Raven lives in one of them or not, right?
I do not know.
Now, I see two purple sectors, right?
Yes, sir.
And I see a dot above those sectors, homicide location.
Yes, sir.
Now, in a few minutes, I'm going to get to a slide where you give a clear sector where the 911 call was made, right?
Yes, sir.
For clarity's sake, you don't have any record saying that Billy Turner at any point in time was in that sector.
Which sector we're referring to? The one with the arrow? Yes, sir.
The one with the dot,
The dot.
yes.
Again, all we can reference is that his cell phone connected to that cell tower that's right there below the blue arrow.
Where's
on the
below
right,
the blue arrow?
on the right side, the white bubble. The blue arrow pointing to the purple sector.
I understand that.
That's where the tower is located, right there in the middle of Windike Golf Course.
Yeah.
And then from there, that tower goes in that direction going north, and that's not a true representation of where the tower ends. The tower can go a little bit wider than that. The sector, we'd have to do a drive test to know that. We couldn't do that in 2016, 17, or now.
Right. Windike has a number of neighbors, of houses around the surrounding golf course, right?
Yes, sir, it does.
It also has to the east, I think, 2 apartment complexes, correct?
I have to look at a map, but yes, sir, we can say
But
that.
you know, it's apartments in that area.
Yes, sir, there's apartments around there off Winchester.
And as I stated, from this particular map, unlike the cases where you can clearly say he's square in the middle of this sector, looking at this map, there's no way that you can say Billy Turner is at that homicide location. Yes or no? You were able to give me the answer yesterday pretty easily. The answer is a no, right?
Your Honor, I think he's allowed to answer the question and provide an explanation. Some sort of demand, yes or no, is inappropriate and objectionable.
I thought that Your Honor gave me a stern talking to without giving an open-ended question to the lady the day before yesterday.
I don't give any
I
stern-
gave a strong
Ms. Perry,
suggested answer.
Ms.
Oh.
Perry, there's been an objection. I'm going to rule on it. You cannot talk over me while I'm making a ruling, Ms. Perry.
I know.
The objection from the state is that you need to allow this witness to answer a question. You may ask close-ended questions. If it can be answered yes or no, he'll answer yes or no, but you cannot demand an answer from a witness. The question is not evidence. The answer to the question is evidence. If you need to explain an answer, you may certainly explain an answer, but you cannot demand that he answer a question yes or no.
I can't ask a yes or no question then.
You can answer yes or no question. If you
Okay.
answer yes or no, you may do so, but you can't demand an answer from a witness.
All right, without demanding you, pick a line, yes or no. Is he definitively in that sector? Yes or no?
His cell phone connected to that tower that covers that area.
But he's not on that picture in that sector. The answer would be a no, would it not?
And again, you ask him a question that definitively, can you say whether or not Mr. Turner was there or not? He can't answer that question, Mr. Perry. He can told you the answer is that his cell phone was in the area. Please turn off all communication devices and cell phones.
Can I proceed, John?
Yes, sir.
All right. Lorenzen Wright, 911 call, cell tower map. Did you prepare that?
Yes, sir, I did.
Say, homicide location.
Yes, sir.
What sector is that?
We are looking here at his AT&T records. I'd have to refer back to those to tell you the exact sector. That's not the same as C-Spire or Sailor South. So the tower is actually north of the homicide scene, and the tower face would be going south. So that's the direction that it's going in.
And that south-facing cell phone sector
Yes, sir.
is clearly defined, is it not?
Yes, sir. But there again, I would say that in reference and understand that is not the end of the tower.
Right.
That is only a representation of the direction at which that antenna and that face of that tower is going.
Right.
And so that is not the end of it, but that's the direction it's going in, yes, sir.
All right. And there's an overlapping area?
Yes, sir, there is.
What's that overlapping area?
So the second tower is the ending call, starting and ending. So the 911 call utilized 2 different cell towers to start and end. And so the second tower, or the ending tower, is going to be south of the homicide scene and facing back east. And that overlapping area is where those 2 towers overlap.
Billy Turner's cell phone never reached that overlapping area at all, did it?
I can't testify to that because, again, we don't know the exact range of that tower.
But according to what you can testify to, you don't have anything that says that it was. Correct?
All I can say is that it was in that area using that tower, yes, so that's all I can say.
Wait a minute.
Not those towers. If you go to the next one, his ceasefire tower. It was at
Okay.
Windike.
But he was not in that, he was not, and I want to be clear, this defined area where you have Lorenzen Wright's body, he was not in that area. You don't have anything that suggests that his phone used that tower.
It would never use the same tower as AT&T, if that's what you're referring to?
I'm saying that you don't have any suggestion that it was using the ceasefire tower in that area either. You don't have anything overlapping that data, just like when I was talking earlier, where you say the person is on this scene and I can put them on the scene. There's nothing from that phone record that you have that puts him on that scene.
Going back to that, we'll go back to it. It's okay. When you're referring to that, it's more, we would extract an iPhone of a suspect. We would then pull the GPS. The GPS would then put us on an actual scene. As far as cell phone records, what we have here is the voice calls. We can only put a person, or not even a person, we can only put a device using a tower in a sector, in an area. I can't tell you based off of CDR, call detail records, that my phone is exactly right here. Now that would have to be a GPS hit, which is a totally different record than a call record from a carrier. And in this instance, all we have to go by were the call records from the carrier that gives us the address of the tower. It gives us a sector of a tower. It gives us the direction of that sector, and that's what we have to go with.
So in essence, without the GPS record, you don't have him on that side, right?
Without the I don't have a GPS record of him on that site.
That's what I'm saying. You don't have a GPS record of him on that side.
No, sir, I do not.
And you don't have any science to a reasonable degree of your analytical skills at the time that you were analyzing this, either 6 years ago or today, that puts him on that scene.
I'll reference back to the records. All we can say is the device connected to a tower that had the signal going in that direction.
Yeah.
And we don't know the distance of that tower because we weren't able to obtain it back then or now.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you don't. We'll move on. All right. In these photos, where you have the sector usage again, purple seems to be kind of far from green up there now, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And purple over to the east never overlaps with green. It overlaps with an intersecting overlap, but it never definitively overlaps with the green where Lorenzen Wright's body was found. Is that correct?
Again, for this representation, this is not a true, the end of that cone, where the white bubble is, that's with the arrow pointing to it, the end of that cone is not the end of that tower. So, sir, I can't testify that tower could go out for another half a mile. We would have had to have done a drive test to gather exactly the distance. So I can't testify that it stops there and that it never goes there.
Right.
All I can tell you is that it's pointed in that direction, and that direction of the antenna is where it's headed. That's the area that it could be in. But I don't know the distance of when that cone stops. That's just for representation for the jury.
All right. Since we're talking about probabilities, you can't say it's 40% likely, can you? That he's in that sector where Lorenzen Wright's body was found. You can't say it's 40%, can you?
What we can say is that below where the arrow is on the white bubble, there's a cell tower. That cell tower face and the antenna is pointing north. Within that area, and there could be, when we talked about the side lobe and the rear lobe, and we were able to show that it goes over, that tower is going to have some side lobe, some rear lobe, some back lobe. So that phone can be north of it. It could be, it's utilizing that tower going north, and it's somewhere in that area. That's all we can testify to, sir. I can't give you a percentage.
Right, that's what I wanted.
I can't give you a
You
percentage.
cannot give a percentage,
No,
right?
sir, I cannot give you a
And you
percentage.
definitely cannot give a certainty, right?
I can't give you a percentage. I can't do that.
Right, and so you cannot tell us that that sector that Billy Turner used was in any way near or close enough to have been a part of a homicide scene. You can't testify to that.
We can't testify. I can't testify to how far up the tower goes. No, sir.
No, I didn't ask you about how far the tower goes. I said you cannot testify as to whether or not Billy Turner was on that scene or anywhere near that scene.
Which was an entirely different question than you just asked.
It is a different question, and he can't, based on what he's told you, cannot give an answer to who was where or at what time. What he's saying is that based on cell phone records, he can tell you where a cell phone may have been connected to a tower, but he's incapable of telling this jury whether or not Mr. Turner was or was not at the homicide scene. You may proceed, Mr. Perry.
All right. I like the judge's answer. All right.
Yes, sir.
That's a better answer. Let's go on. On the cell tower house,
Yes, sir.
518. What is that?
That's the number of times that Tower 249 or the starting Tower 249 was utilized in the between 75 and 85.
And that is being utilized by whom?
Mr. Martin's cell phone. I'm sorry, Mr. Turner's cell phone records.
All right.
The jury is looking, those may have been the 2 pages that were not there, so those are 2 separate pages. You may proceed, Mr. Perry.
Yes, sir. And then you said the cell records from that particular time frame, July 19, 2010, right?
Yes, sir.
That's the early morning hours beginning.
I believe we go to the next slide. I can tell you. Yes, sir.
And this is sort of what we were talking about earlier, right? We didn't talk about Lorenzen Wright Jr.'s phone usage, did we?
Earlier today? No, sir, we have not.
But yesterday you were asked questions about it and whether or not those, why those phone calls, or not why, but the fact that Lorenzen Wright Jr.'s son, his nickname was Snoop, or is Snoop.
Yes, sir.
And there are calls that go to him during that time, correct? I see at 7:19.
Yes, starting at 6 in the morning, an outgoing call from Mr. Turner's phone was placed to the phone that we identified belonging to Lorenzen Wright Jr., a.k.a. Snoop.
Now, do you know whether or not Billy got any phone calls around 1 o'clock from Cheryl or Jimmie during that evening?
Yes, sir. The records indicate that he did receive calls around 1 o'clock in the morning. Or he may have placed a call. I have to look at the records.
Do you know what time Billy would wake up?
I have no idea. No, sir. I can't testify to the sleep patterns of Mr. Turner.
And do you know if when he woke up, he would have seen a missed call and tried to call it back?
It's very possible. I can't testify to that.
And do you know how much Cheryl used the phone identified as Snoop's phone?
I can't testify to the number of times. No, sir.
And how often, right?
No, sir. I can't testify to that.
Then you got Jimmie Martin's cell phone mapping, 18th to the 19th. Now, this is Jimmie Martin's calling to Billy Turner, according to your report. all
Yes,
right?
sir.
And did you look into the Gustavo Alejandre?
No, sir. I did not.
And did you check what sectors that phone might have been using
For which calls?
for the calls that are down the middle?
I think it needs to be clear when he says that. I don't know what.
I apologize.
Yeah.
All right. I see the red highlighted, the calls that were going to Billy Turner,
Yes, sir.
and you talked about those yesterday, right?
Yes, sir. We did.
And when we go down mid-page, there's a Gustavo Alejandre.
Yes,
You
sir.
see that name?
I do.
And I might be butchering it, and I apologize if I am.
Alejandre. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you didn't do anything to try to receive any report or record from that phone number?
No, sir. I did not.
I believe yesterday you were testifying that it appears to be directly west of 55, correct? just as a reference point, knowing that 55 is running, if you look at the far
Yes,
east
sir.
side of your
Yes,
map.
sir, you could say that. It's right clear near the middle of Batesville.
And you testified that you believe that that was where the cell phone that was operated by Jimmie Martin was being used from.
Yes, sir. The records indicate that was a call at 11:45 or 11:44 p.m. on the 18th, and the cell towers that were used for that call are mapped right there in Batesville.
But you don't have any testimony regarding who might have had his cell phone or how it was being used, any of that.
No, sir. All I have is the raw data.
Likewise, with the next slide,
Yes, sir.
where is that?
That's just further, you would say, west from where the first. So that's the beginning and ending calls for that. So the first tower used was more in the center of Batesville, and the next tower would be used further west.
Did you do, as a part of your investigation or what you engaged in, you weren't given any addresses regarding Jimmie Martin, were you?
No, sir, I was not.
And you don't know where that phone was coming from or anything at that point as it relates to anything other than the sectors that might have been bouncing?
No, sir. I was asked to analyze the records for around the same time, a little bit before and during the homicide.
Jump ahead some. But these all seem to reflect where that cell phone might be going at a certain point, correct?
Yes, sir. These are all based on the raw data from, at that point, Verizon. So that would be the call that was captured by the Verizon network. And then that information was sent to us, and then we analyze that, and that's where the tower is located.
All right. Are you familiar with that area, the Batesville area?
Not really.
All right, that's Panola County. Now, that top part, it seems to be Sardis, all right?
Yes, sir. It's what.
And there's a Sardis exit right there.
Yes, sir.
And at that Sardis exit, it appears to be where that cell phone was used once again, correct?
Yes, sir. The date and time for that would be around the 19th of July 19th, 2010. It looks like at 12 minutes after midnight.
Do you have any idea of how far from that Batesville, where the initial calls were coming from, that would be?
I do not know a distance, no, sir.
20 miles, 30 miles?
We could say that. I don't know the distance.
All right. Now, it says Martin Cell Towers, and then it has homicide location, right? Now, you put that together based off the information and data that was given from Mr. Hagerman's office, correct?
Yes, sir. Throughout the investigation. Yes.
And at the time, you said earlier that you did not do any investigation regarding any other number, like the Merville, Hampton, right?
No, sir.
Any other numbers that might have appeared during the time frame of that July 18th date. You didn't do any investigation on what towers might have been used, correct?
No, sir.
Or retrieve any data or anything?
No, sir. I did not.
All right, July 21st, 2010. It says Jimmie Martin drove from Batesville, Mississippi to Memphis. How do you know that?
That was part of, you'd have to ask the other investigators. That was part, I was asked to look at the cleanup after the homicide. I was informed that Mr. Martin and it's believed Mr. Martin, Mr. Turner, and Ms. Wright all met up together on that day. So I was asked to analyze records referring to that date.
All right, that's part of the analysis information that you were provided by the DA's office, though.
The DA and the
the
operation,
investigator.
yes, sir, the investigators.
Now, so I guess a more true statement would be on July 21st, 2010, Jimmie Martin's cell phone appears to come from Batesville to Memphis. It might be more convoluted to say, but that's more accurate, right?
The cell towers indicate that it traveled up the interstate and then it came into Memphis. So we know that it was in Memphis.
The cell phone, though, not Jimmie Martin himself.
Yes, sir. We can only testify to the cell phone.
All right. And then likewise, did Jimmie Martin meet up with Billy Turner at Cheryl Wright's house? Where's that information coming from?
It's again the cell tower records, and so the call records. So we have call records from Mr. Turner, we have call records from Mr. Martin, we analyze those records.
To say what cell tower area they might have been called, or sectors.
Yes, sir. We can again only testify to the sectors and the towers from the data.
All right. Then Jimmie Martin, Billy Turner, cell tower mapping. You did that.
Yes, sir.
But you're actually mapping
We're mapping the raw data, yes, sir.
raw data from the cell phone.
From the device. I
Now,
can't.
you don't know, or firsthand about the usage of any car or somebody asking to use Billy Turner's car during the days preceding that, or what day the car was supposed to have been returned to Billy Turner. You don't have that information, or do you?
No, sir, I don't.
Now, this is the phone record data that you're referring to from from
July.
7/20 and 7/21.
Yes, sir. So, yes, this is Mr. Martin's phone records. This is Jimmie Martin's phone records, and we're focusing on the mapping itself. Focuses on the bottom part, the bottom square, which is going to be July 21st, 2010, at 10:20 in the morning, and going down to 1916, which would be about 7:15 at night.
And from that blurb, you don't know what other calls that would have been sent to Billy Turner regarding the expectations of Jimmie Martin or anything like that.
The content of the conversation.
Contents of any conversation.
No, sir, I can't testify to that.
Now, you do have some content between Jimmie and Cheryl that we're going to talk about in a few minutes. But for the sake of this, other than Cheryl making reference to Billy owing her for passing the business cards to Lorenzen, we don't know if it's a ruse or not, but we know that she made reference to that in a text message to Billy.
Correct.
That's the only content that we have from Billy to Cheryl, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. You have the homicide location, and then you have Cheryl Wright's house. All right? I think that's self-explanatory. I don't know. I don't want to take too much time.
Oh, yes, sir. That's no problem. It's this first one indicates that the phone was the phone connected to a tower that is around an interstate.
Whose phone is that?
This is Mr. Martin's phone.
All right. Now, in this particular area that we're talking about from the records, we know that Billy Turner lives in this area, right? In one of these areas, close to
You're
where
talking about
Cheryl
where-
Wright's house is, or to the west of where Cheryl Wright's house is.
Yes, sir. I didn't include his pin drop in this map. It didn't. But his house is up there closer to where the
Let me
Costco warehouse would be.
Let me ask my question a different way. That's a good distance from where Panola County is, right?
From where Billy Turner's house is.
From where we're looking at on this map right now. I don't see.
Oh, you're talking about where the cell tower to Panola County.
Right. In Batesville. That's nowhere close. He's not running to the grocery store or anything like that.
No, sir, he's not.
He's not going to Raven's house.
I don't know where Raven lives, but
Right.
he's not in Batesville.
All right. All right. Anything in particular about this?
No, sir. If you go back to the previous slide.
Yes, sir.
So we're just looking at. There's nothing. You can go forward now.
right.
Sorry.
Sorry.
It just indicates that the tower is now. The phone is now connecting to a tower that's going to be in Memphis.
All right. You have a time reference for this?
For this one, it shows 10:28. Now we have another tower that's closer to Southwind High School, which is going to be close to Shelby Drive area.
Right. On Shelby Drive. Right.
Yes, sir. And now we have it's utilizing a tower that's going to be facing the direction and could cover Cheryl Wright's house.
Right.
And then after that, it moves again to another tower around 385, and I think it's Kirby Parkway area.
Okay.
And now it's bouncing on using a tower that's going to be north of the previous tower. It's off Poplar Pike. I said maybe close to Germantown High School. It's a
Right.
reference point.
Good high school.
And then it goes back to the same 385 and Kirby Parkway tower.
All right.
This just shows an overflow or overview of the starting location is down there in Mississippi. It's heading north. It then hits into Memphis, where it heads east. And then, based on the times of the towers, it would use the far, I guess, east that would be that tower that could cover Cher's house. Then it's going to move back towards the west, and then kind of bounce off those two towers that you're seeing where it says ending tower and homicides.
And you can't provide any testimony regarding what vehicle he's driving in or anything like that during this time, right?
No, sir, I cannot.
All right. The 21st, and this is related to Billy Turner's phone.
Yes, sir, it is.
You have this, where you.
We're just focusing on the time of 12 p.m. on the 21st to 12:21, so that 21-minute time frame is what we're looking at.
All right. Go back just a second. I know we want to move on here. Did you have a particular focused time frame on Jimmie Martin?
We looked at around 12 o'clock, so we were focusing on that time frame of 12 o'clock.
Can you tell us how long Jimmie Martin would have been in that area during that day?
The 12 o'clock?
Yes, sir.
We'd have to look at,
No, not 12 o'clock. I mean, that day in general.
In
In other
Memphis?
words, if he had been here from 11 to 5, 11 to 2.
if you go back to the very first slide with his towers, so go back to where he's in Mississippi. All right, go forward. Go forward. Go one more. So that tower, that time there is 10:28 a.m. And then if you go forward to the last tower hit there, I think it's around 7 o'clock that night. So it would be fair to say that based on, now he could have left, come back, the towers, the records we have only are for that, show those times.
Okay.
And it shows him in Memphis at 10:28, and it shows him still in Memphis at 7:15, I think it's around the time, 7:16 at night.
Right.
Yes, sir.
So you're telling us that the overlap period would have been a 20-minute period, pretty much, correct?
The total time he was in Memphis, or where are you referring
The
to?
overlap time that we're talking about the cleanup here, let me go back to this.
Okay.
All right, it's July 21st, 2010.
Yes, sir.
Cleanup. All right. July, yards growing and things like that?
Yes, sir.
Weeds out there?
Grass has to be cut, yes, sir.
Your yard, man, that's a good time of year.
Would be, yes, sir. Very profitable.
All right, you know how many businesses in that area Billy was cutting back then?
I have no idea, sir.
All right. Billy Turner connected to C Spire Towers at 3:05 and 1:09. All right.
Yep.
So that says between 12 p.m. and 12:21 p.m. Correct?
Yes, sir, it does.
And then it has C Spire cell tower 109, same cell tower used by Billy Turner's phone on the night homicide when he was at Cheryl Wright's house. Now we've corrected that, right? We don't know that he was at Cheryl Wright's house.
We can only, yes, sir, we can only testify that his phone was in that area.
Right. So, the night of the homicide, when he was at a place that we don't know, house prior to the murder, right? Let's
Yes,
go
sir.
to the next one. And so, tell me what you're explaining there.
So here we're just explaining that the call usage for Tower 305 was at 12 o'clock and 3 minutes after 12. So 12 o'clock and 12:03, it was utilizing Tower 305 for C Spire or Cellular South. Then if you show it 12:04, 12:05, and 12:21, it utilized the next tower for C Spire,
All right.
which would be to, I guess, back east of it.
Do you know where Jimmie Martin is right now?
But to go to the
Not,
next,
not today, but I'm saying right now on this photo.
we'll go to the next slide. It'll show his tower compared to that. So his tower then was going to be east of the house, Cheryl Wright's house, and it was pointed back in that west direction, the side, the face of the tower that was being utilized.
All right. And where's Billy Turner during this time?
So his cell phone was connecting to at 12:10. It would have to have been in between Tower 109, somewhere in that area.
If Billy Turner has family that lives in that area or grew up in that area, that would make sense to be in that area, would it not?
I object to speculation. False or speculation.
Was sustained the objection as to whether or not Mr. Turner has family in that area, grew up in that area, I believe. I think you testified that you didn't know that.
No, sir, I do not.
You made a mistake.
I'll move on if you didn't know.
Yes, sir.
All right. And the other thing is you don't know if he's cutting yards out there either, right?
Same question, calls for speculation.
All right.
Yes, another question, Perry.
Yes, John.
Yes, sir.
Cheryl Wright, 2010 iPhone exam analysis. All right. Exam was completed as a part of Operation Rebound or after Operation Rebound?
Yes, sir.
Did you complete it?
That exam, I'd have to go back and see. It was completed at the Real-Time Crime Center. I'm not 100% certain if I did it or if one of our other technicians. We had multiple people doing exams, but I was just asked. I was asked to analyze the data that was extracted.
That's the iPhone, right?
Yes, sir. It is.
We need to dig in the weeds on that, or is there anything you want to?
No, sir. It's an iPhone 3G. It is what it is.
Same thing. You said 295 instant messages were obtained in the extraction of the iPhone.
Yes, sir.
All right, and then down at the bottom it says 83 of the 295 that were obtained were deleted.
Yes, sir.
And you were able, or somebody with your office was able to get that information.
Yes, sir. So when you extract the phone, that's what comes out. So this actually would take the data the raw data that was extracted and import it into the physical analyzer, which is the tool to analyze the data. And then it shows that. That's a picture, a snip of the picture that shows the data content.
All right. And that's what when you were talking yesterday about if you erase it, it still might be there.
Yes, sir.
We had friends that were ducking and dodging when you said that.
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, let's go to the timeline. Timeline search of the iPhone showed 7 instant messages between Cheryl Wright and Billy Turner, and you say 7:18 to 7:23.
Yes, sir.
All right. Were the contents trying to find any location, or do you remember what the contents were?
Of the messages?
Yes.
Not every message, no, sir. I don't.
So all instant messages were deleted. Now, when you say that, to be clear, you don't have deletion history or anything like that from Billy Turner, right?
I don't have Billy Turner's phone, no, sir.
That's Cheryl deleting whatever she's deleting.
Yes, sir. It's only Sheriff's phone.
All right. And then that's the one message that you did have that you put in your report. That's the only one that I saw that in any way seemed to be relevant to what we're here about at all. Is that the only record that you have, or the only one that you put in the report?
Yes, sir. It is.
His response was just okay, right?
Yes, sir.
But you don't have any kind of background data about that interchange at all.
No, sir. I do not.
Timeline search for the iPhone 2014 instant messages with Cheryl Wright and Jimmie Martin, right? And it's talking about what's going on between Cheryl Wright and Jimmie Martin. Anything to add or subtract from that?
No, sir.
All right. I know you're tired of me and my party, but what's up? And you're searching through the phone history and the information that you were provided. Is there ever a mention of a party between Cheryl and Billy that you have?
No, sir. I don't recall that.
And is there ever a mention of, you're good, everybody's straight? Was there any kind of hidden talk between Billy and Cheryl that you have?
Not that I recall, no, sir.
And don't forget my wallet. We don't know what the reference is in that, I'm assuming.
No, sir. We don't.
And then is this a different phone?
Yes, sir. This is the phone she would have had when she was arrested in California.
All right. It says gray key, that's the tool that gets the stuff out of the phone.
Yes, sir. It is. It's a software tool.
All right. Yeah, I don't
It's
want
the same information.
I ain't smart enough to read this stuff. But web history.
Yes, sir.
Now, when you went into information from Billy, you don't have him asking about fingerprints and things like that, do you?
No, sir.
All right, you don't have him worried about how long anything stays on guns in the water, right?
No, sir.
All right, this is all stuff from Sheriff's phone, correct?
Yes, sir. It is.
And from the history that you've been provided and all the information and zip drives, etc., there never seems to be a mention of Lorenzen by Billy during that investigation time, does there?
Referring to what?
His homicide.
No, sir. I did not that I recall.
It says here that's all the stuff that she seems to be Googling during that time, and I won't have to necessarily reread it, but that's Cheryl's stuff, just for.
Yes, sir. That's only Sheriff's phone. That would be her searching.
Now on 12/6, that would have been around the time that the news press went, and do what they do, put it out there that Billy Turner had been arrested.
Yes, sir.
And that's what Cheryl does during that time, right?
Yes, sir. She searches all.
All right. And looks at indictment, et cetera.
She did. Yes, sir.
Now, when you look at the Facebook messages, you said that you realize you got the zip drive, but you only focused on a few pages of it, though, right?
Yes, sir. I was asked by the DA's office to look at the conversation between Martin, Mr. Martin, and Cheryl Wright.
Do you remember when that request came to you?
A week ago, 2 weeks ago.
About a week? All right. You know how many times this case has been set for trial?
Object to the relevance of this.
Ladies and gentlemen, how many times a case in the set for trial is not really relevant? We were not able to try cases for about 2 years because the Supreme Court of the State of Tennessee suspended all jury trial settings, so it's not anybody's fault. We were not able to try trials because of coronavirus. So that question has no relevance as to whether or not Mr. Turner is guilty or not guilty. You shall disregard that question and don't guess or speculate and then answers to that question. Ms. Perry, you may proceed.
Thank you. Down here where it has good looking out, that's not good looking out to Billy, right?
No, sir.
Who is that written to?
To Jimmie Martin.
And same thing about your beats, any luck. When you got the Facebook records, they seem to be, and I'm glad that you put them in this order, but they seem to be going like backwards, forward.
Yes, sir. The reason why I was asked so late to do this is because of my expertise in the software that we have. Not everybody on the department has access to it.
Yeah.
So our software is able to put it in this format so that you can see it in bubbles. So it's not as a PDF, so it's so difficult.
Yeah.
So that's one reason why at the end I was asked to make it more easy to read.
I appreciate it, and it does do that. If we go to the next page,
Yes, sir.
all right, there's Jimmie Martin, no luck, still looking, win the party. Now, he is asking Cheryl about a party, but you don't have any sort of messages or instant messages going to Billy asking about a party.
Yes, sir.
And then he said, man, you driving me crazy with this party. We keep getting our days and times mixed up. What you gonna do? That's Cheryl to Jay, right?
Yes, sir.
Man, we got all on our end. What else you need? Because I can't find another DJ this late. Now, we can't decipher that code, can we?
No, sir.
But we definitely can read it and kind of infer, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then down. Wait.
Can I stop you again? Ladies and gentlemen, one of the members indicate you need a break. Remember the course instructions. You cannot discuss the case with anyone or amongst yourselves. You can follow Deputy Smith. We'll resume when you are ready. Sergeant, can actually step down from the witness stand. You cannot discuss your testimony with anyone over the break, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. For the record, the jury is out. Again, I apologize, Mr. Perry, but the jury sends me a note that says break, please. So we need a break. And it's like TV, about every hour and 10 minutes or so. If I don't take a break, that's it, Judge, we need one. This court is signed in recess for a few minutes. You can clear the courtroom for me, please. ladies and gentlemen. Everyone can be seated. Sergeant Evans. This is a boxing match. It would say round 4.
Yes, sir.
Give me some seat on the witness stand. You still out there to tell the truth, sir?
Yes, sir. I promise you. Not
Yes, sir.
too much longer.
Yes, sir.
See, John.
You may proceed. I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
All right. Now, after the man you're driving me crazy with this party, below that, the responses from Jay Martin, and the name Jay or Jimmie Martin is Jimmie Martin.
Yes, sir.
Same person. All right. And so it says, so this was up, $300 left, towel in Florida, had the concert there. Do you know anything about a concert or towel or any of that stuff?
No, I do not know what they're referencing. No, sir.
But it's there, and then it says, you want me to go to party, adult theme, but the party has kids. When is it going to be at an all-adult party, and how to plan around that? Also, got to plan around my contacts there. Then a rental. Now, you don't have any reference regarding when he would say contacts there, whether or not contacts would mean anybody that he knows in this area or.
For me, no, sir. I've never interviewed Mr. Martin. I don't know what he would be referring to.
All right. And it says, so, is it okay to throw the party outside? That's Cheryl's recommendation, right?
Yes, sir. That would be her messaging Mr. Martin.
Now, she's not referencing Billy that lives in that area or anything. She's referencing Jimmie Martin, who lives down in Batesville.
Yes,
right?
sir. Yes, sir.
All right. And then it says, I got you. All right. Then down here it says, kids in, adults out. Let me know what you think. What date is that?
That is on the July 7th, 2010.
Now, how long before Mr. Wright was murdered was that?
He was killed on the 19th, so about 10 or 12 days.
Right. And this is a conversation going between Cheryl and her cousin, right?
Yes, sir. It is.
And then it says, don't know, just connected about the noise and the neighbors. Then he sent another one. What did it say?
At the bottom, it says, but it'll have to work if no other way. He's concerned about noise in the neighbors is the one before it. And then
So-
below it, it says, basically, it'll have to work, there's no other way.
And she expressed that she wanted it, the concern about it being inside or out, right?
Yes, sir.
And that was his response to it.
She's concerned kids in, adults out. Let me know what you think. Yes, sir. His response would be, don't know, just concerned about the noise in the neighbors.
All right.
And then he also responds back, but it'll have to work. There's no other way.
Just from your investigation, you know if he was killed inside or out?
But he was killed outside.
Outside. All right. And then again, you have Cheryl texting him, correct?
Yes,
Or
sir.
messaging him.
Yes, sir. She messages him, cool, I love you, thanks for everything. She misspells it and then corrects it in the one below it. Everything, I owe you. And the one below that. So that's on the 7th again. Then there's a gap to the 13th, and she says, what's up?
Now, it appears 6 days has passed, right?
Yes, sir.
And in that time frame, who does she send the what's up message to?
Oh,
Okay.
she's still sending that message to Jimmie Martin.
All right. And then we still on, right?
Yes, sir. She sends that to him, too.
All right.
That's on the same day, the 13th.
And then it says there's a big response, right? Or a bigger response than the other messages. Okay, all right.
That's me. I'm
Okay.
going to not to connect to a TV.
All right, yes, thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right.
So, yes, sir, on the 14th of the following day, Mr. Martin responds to her. You want me to read it?
Yes, if you will.
Mr. Martin responds, tying loose ends, moving studios, change off plan, your artist can't find any equipment. He can trade or sell my big keyboard. That what I'm trying to do. The other two are cool, but I need a 9-inch studio monitor.
Now, who is he saying needs the 9-inch studio monitor?
said, there says, but I need to be referring to himself.
All right. He needs a 9-inch monitor.
He's referring to himself that he needs a 9-inch monitor.
All right. And it says
The next it says, don't want to PPL sweat and stuff bumping in the bumping up in the non-AC joint.
Is it burning or pumping?
Burning.
Burning up in the
Burning, yes,
AC
sir.
joint, right? It says we're gonna have to rent something to haul all this,
Yep.
and that is what date is that sent?
That's on the 14th of July 2010.
All right. There's too much hassle cleaning up. Don't want to be riding dirty. Then the money got to cover our ass. All right.
Yep. Yes, sir.
Doesn't sound like much of a party, does it?
It'd be speculation, but I'm not sure what they're talking about.
All right. We don't know.
I can't testify what they're talking about, yes, sir.
Seems like Jimmy's gonna have to testify to that, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. You need money for something. I got $200, right?
Yes, sir. That would be Cheryl on the same day, the 14th, sending him that message.
You need money for something.
Question mark.
I got $200, and that's on the 14th as well.
Yes, sir, it is.
What's 634.56?
So that's actually, this was not converted from UTC time, so that shows the actual UTC time of that message. So it was not converted from UTC to Central Time Zone.
Okay.
So you'd have to do minus 6 hours from that to convert it if you wanted to convert the time.
Okay.
So the messages are stored in UTC time, not Central Time Zone.
Is the date right on there? 7/14/2020. Do you have any reason to think that date is off?
No, sir, I do not.
But the time might be.
The time might be off by 5 or 6 hours, depending upon daylight savings, so you may have to minus 5 hours.
Okay. And then down here it says try to find the monitors. Those are speakers. Everybody use them. I can't find them around here. Can't afford new ones. Let me know. Now that's Jimmie to Cheryl, right?
Yes, sir, it is.
And then her response doesn't come until what
She
date
doesn't
is that?
respond to him until the 21st of July 2010.
All right. And down there you don't know who the auntie would be, do you? Or what the auntie might have, or anything about the auntie on the green.
No, sir, it would be speculation.
Right, and that's on the 22nd.
Yes, sir, that's on the 22nd.
And finally, from Jay to her, can you tell me what that says?
You found it, and then it just says what's good, and that would have been on July 23rd, 2010. He says you found it, and then it jumps. There's nothing between July and September is the last one that says what's good.
And you don't know what he's referencing or anything, right?
That's what I can't testify to.
And once again, this seems like something Jimmy's gonna have to clear up.
Yes, I can't testify to it, yes, sir.
All right. Okay.
We proceed with the redirect.
Don't throw anything at me, 'cause it's been up there for a while.
Yes, sir.
I've got a couple things that I need to ask you, and Jurors had a question too that I think ties into this.
I apologize.
Well, I think I can tie it into it as well.
Let me read these for you.
Okay, yes, sir.
Mr. Hager might have some follow-up on it. If he can answer these questions, he may do so. I did not want to interrupt Mr. Perry's cross-examination, so before Mr. Hagerman asks questions on redirect, let me read these. I want to interrupt his redirect. The jury asks questions, will read it exactly as it's written. Quote, please clarify whether calls from a payphone to cell phone, comma, under 45 seconds, comma, were connected.
Okay. So, calls to so from the payphone to the cell phone, we can't answer if it was connected or not as far as if someone picked up the phone and called. All we show is the duration of the call was 45 seconds. Based on the records themselves, no, I can't answer that question as to if it was someone picked up, said hello, I'm here, I'm not here, I need a ride, I'm over here in Batesville. I can't, that would be all speculation. The records only indicate that the call was placed and then that the duration of that call was 45 seconds.
Second part of this question, quoted again, quote, does the 45-second rule in parentheses, close parentheses, only apply to calls between cell phones, comma, or also to cell and landline calls, question mark?
So the duration of calls, again, without actually having the physical phone and us examining the phone. So we look at the phone itself, we can see answered, not answered. Or if we're on a wiretap, we would know if they picked up the talk. All we're getting from these records is a duration. I could make a phone call this afternoon and I could basically say, hey, I'm on my way home. All right, I'll see you in a little bit. Bye. It could be 30 seconds. Or I could not answer the phone, and it could be 38 seconds, and it goes to my voicemail. So based on the records themselves, I can't testify that if the call was answered or not answered. All we can show is that the call was placed, the call was there, it was in the duration of that call lasted that time.
Second question, two-part question that are all interrelated, so I'll read it all at one time. Quote, could Wright determine whether or not social, text, Google, or other individually unique data was assessed coinciding with call times? In other words, did the phone user access Facebook IM immediately before or after making a call on July 19th or 20th, question mark?
I need to know which person they're referring to. If they're referring to, they don't say. So back then in 2010, no, we do not have Mr. Martin's phone to analyze that, to compare the phone with the call records. We would love to have both to validate each other. We don't have the phone. I don't have Mr. Turner's phone from 2010 either to be able to validate his records. So we only have half the story. I mean, we only have the half that the cell phone carrier provided us. So I can't tell you if he was utilizing data. I don't have his phone. We didn't analyze his phone. The only phone that was looked at back then was Cheryl Wright's phone. So unfortunately, we would love to have had his phone and examined it and see what activity was on it, but we didn't have that phone. So from there, we don't have Mr. Turner or Mr. Martin's phone. We can't validate or verify what's found in the phone versus what's in the records.
Mr. Hagerman, you may proceed.
There are 5 areas of questions, and that was the first area having to do with limitations. Okay, things that limit what you can say versus can't say.
Yes, sir.
So we're on the same page?
Yes, sir.
Right. So you mentioned, we'll start with what was just asked about Facebook, for instance, because we've seen some Facebook, is that correct?
Yes, sir, we have.
And the Facebook we've seen came from whose records?
Those are from Jimmie Martin's Facebook.
Those came from Jimmie Martin's Facebook records?
Yes, sir.
And is it true that those are the only Facebook records that were obtained in the investigation?
To my knowledge, yes, sir.
Okay, so we don't even have Cheryl Wright's Facebook records, is that correct?
To my knowledge, no, sir, we
We
don't.
don't even have Billy Turner's Facebook records, if he even has Facebook. We don't have his records, do we?
No, sir.
Okay, so the only Facebook records that we have for you to even begin to look at were Jimmie Martin's.
Correct.
And now, 12 or 6 or even 2 years later, you can't go back in the past and get those records now.
No, sir.
Records are retained for certain periods of time by certain companies, and if you're outside that time, then you're just outside that time.
Yes, sir, we have to go with reference Facebook for that. Yes, sir.
So the only records that we have with regard to Facebook is Jimmie Martin's.
That's correct.
So if we think of the 3, Jimmie, Billy, and Cheryl, we have a third of the Facebook picture.
Correct.
Now, I think one of the jurors' questions also touched on this. With these phone records that we're looking at, we'll talk about the limitations of the phone records in other ways here in a second, but do these phone records that we're looking at, would they show, for instance, my phone records, if I Facebook message somebody, would the Facebook instant message show up on the phone records?
That's a two-part answer. So if you're today, in 2010, I'm not 100% certain.
Yes,
Today, if we were looking at that, it may show up as a data session on your phone. So if you look at AT&T you would have that voice, data, and SMS. And if you're using data, your data session would only tell us that there's data session. We don't know what's going on with the data session. It could be you using Facebook. It could be you looking at the weather. It could be you live streaming this court right now. We wouldn't know. But on the records that we have obtained, Mr. Turner, all we have are voice calls. So we wouldn't know if he was utilizing Facebook or any of that right, at that time.
And then there's other ways to message people too. Isn't that right?
On their phone, on your phone, yes, sir, there are. But you can download an app, and I can create another phone number, and I can message you with that phone. It would never show up on my records as far as a message record. It would show up as a data session.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that your testimony today, yesterday, it'll be over today, we promise.
Yes, sir.
But yesterday and today is limited to the extent that all you have are phone records for Cheryl, for Billy, and Jimmie that may not reflect all the communication they actually had during that time period.
That is correct.
And we're not talking about in-person communication they had, because obviously this doesn't reflect that. But it may not even reflect all the messaging or Facebook messaging or any sort of other app or whatever messaging that went on.
Yes, sir.
Now, you mentioned it before, even the phone records we have standing here in 2022 for Billy, Jimmie, and Cheryl are in some ways incomplete.
Correct.
In fact, you testified that if it were you doing the investigation in 2010, you would have went back and requested a longer time period of records for these three individuals. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In fact, we only have a short time period.
We only have about 31 days.
And for instance, we don't have the entire month of June, which preceded July, obviously, the year of this homicide.
We don't have any of that for Mr. Turner or Mr. Martin.
So a question like, where was Mr. Martin's phone in June? Could it have been in Atlanta? Do you have any basis for answering that question?
No, sir.
A question like, where was Billy Turner's phone in June? Could it have been in Atlanta? Do you have any basis for answering that question?
No, sir.
If you have the records, if you had the records, maybe you could have.
Yes, sir.
There was no way to go back and get them.
No, sir. Not when I was brought into this investigation. Those records were already done.
Now, you also mentioned another limitation with regard to Billy Turner's records. Do we even have complete records for Billy Turner starting in July to August of 2010?
Records were voice records only. We don't have the text messages.
So if I'm Billy Turner and I make a phone call to the deputy in July of 2010, is that going to be recorded in the phone records?
Yes, sir.
But if I'm Billy Turner and I send a text message in July of 2010 to the deputy, is that going to be recorded in the phone records?
No, sir.
Okay,
Not
so
the ones we have.
we're seeing a limited amount of information with regard to Mr. Turner's phone records.
Yes, sir.
And with regard to all three in terms of we're only seeing the month of July.
Correct.
There was a line of questions and we're still with regard to limitations, asking about GPS. All right? How I understood the question is there are times when called as an expert witness, you could testify that my device was at a particular place, a GPS coordinate, at a certain time. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you do that based on phone records like the ones you got, or do you have to do that based on actually having somebody's cell phone after the fact?
In this instance, it would be more after the fact. We can't do it off the records that we have.
Okay, so
Yes, sir.
is there any way anybody could look at the records that we have for Jimmie, Billy, and Cheryl and tell you GPS where any of them are at a particular time in July of 2010?
Yes, sir.
That information is just simply not there. Is that correct?
Correct.
If you had Billy Turner's phone in 2010 and it could have been extracted in 2010 is that information that could have been pulled off the phone?
We wouldn't know until we got the phone and looked at the make model. It also could depend on if settings he had on his device. It's potentially, it could be there, but we wouldn't know until we examined it.
And-
If I went in and turned off my locations, it's not going to be on. If it's on, it isn't going to be on. So there's a lot of factors that play into that, but we would be able to at least attempt to locate that information.
And from experiences, from conversations we've had previously, isn't it true that even if you had the phone in 2010 to extract it, information may be on it, but it's less likely to be on a phone from 2010 than it is the phone that you and I are carrying around today.
Correct.
The phone that you and I are carrying around today, it's easier and much more possible to extract actual GPS locations.
That's correct.
So we do not have and cannot get GPS locations for Billy Turner, for Cheryl Wright, or for Jimmie Martin from July of 2010.
Correct.
Instead, we have to rely on records that we do have, which indicate tower locations and directions. Is that correct?
Correct.
And from tower locations and directions, we can never get a GPS location, correct? We can only answer questions as to whether a phone this location is consistent with what we see on the records and where the towers and the coverage are.
Correct.
Also, when we look at these phone records and we ask ourselves or we listen to you as to where the phone is in terms of is it consistent with being in this area covered by the tower, on the side of the tower, okay? That person has to be using the phone, or the phone has to be receiving a call to get any information at all.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Right. So, for instance, if my phone shows consistent with me being in East Memphis at 1 o'clock, and then the next thing you see on my phone is consistent with being in North Memphis at 8 o'clock. Right. Does that mean that I've been in either East Memphis, North Memphis, or somewhere right there in between for 7 hours?
No, sir. You could have been sitting in East Memphis for 5.5, driven to North Memphis in 30 minutes, and connected to a tower there.
You could have driven 2 hours away, driven 2 hours
You could have
back,
driven
popped
all
up.
over the place. Yes.
So the information location-wise that we're seeing is when the phone is actually utilized. And when I say utilized, I mean either placing a call or receiving a call.
Yes, sir. Your cell phone is always connected to cell towers, so the company knows where their phones are. But it doesn't register with that tower until either a call is placed, a call is received, a text is placed, a text is received, or in this instance, if you use data. So if you connect and get an update on your phone that the Tigers won the game today, and you would get that would be a data session. So that's the only way your records are going to indicate that at that time, and that's when it happens.
And with regard, because we've talked about it, there's been a question about it, with regard to the quote unquote 45-second rule. Okay, if I call you right now, you answer your phone on the first ring, and I tell you, man, I hope your testimony gets over with today because we've been here a long time. You say, amen, and hang up the phone. That duration is going to be less than 45 seconds, right?
It is. Yes,
But
sir.
we're going to have talked.
Yes, sir.
There are completed phone calls that could be as quick as 6, 7, 2, whatever seconds we want to put on. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But in reviewing thousands of records on hundreds of cases, when you look at duration, you know that a phone call can go unanswered sometimes. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the record still indicated a duration of 45 seconds or maybe a little more.
Yes, sir.
Is that what you're saying about that?
Yes, sir. We look at hundreds of thousands of calls. So the standard would be that. But a call could last 2 to 3 seconds. Like I said, I could call my wife tonight and tell her I'm on my way home. She says, okay, we hang up. It's over. All we can tell you is that was the duration that's on the record. that the phone carrier captured.
So now I want to go back to this slide, and I want to go back. I'm not going to beat it to death. I want to be precise in our language because I think that addresses some of the questions. We are looking at the night of the 18th that has turned into the morning of the 19th. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, we are.
And on this slide, we're looking at two colors. We got purple and we got fire. Is that right?
You right?
Purple reflects Billy Turner's cell phone coverage and the towers that cover him. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the sides of the tower that cover him.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? And this is Billy Turner's house right here.
Yes, sir.
Is that right? And we had talked previously about something that we call Billy Turner's home tower or home base or home side of the tower. We used a couple of different terms. We talked about it before. Is that correct?
That's correct.
When Billy Turner, is there a location? We said there is. There is a home base, home tower, whatever for Billy Turner. Is that correct?
What we would refer to that, when you're looking at thousands and thousands of records, if you want to start getting a bigger picture of where someone's pattern of life is, where they go, where they stay, where they live, we don't know where they live. We don't know where a suspect lives. We can look at tower locations. We can start searching what's the most used tower. Okay, well, we can run an analysis of that. And we can say, okay, well, it's going to be this tower that's listed here. And for him, it would be the tower that's closest to his home. I mean, that's the tower you use when you're in the house. So every one of us lives somewhere that's got cell phone coverage, and we would have indicative of that's probably the most used tower. Or if you go to work, you work in an office, and you're using your phone all day, it may be the work office. We just start to look at patterns.
Okay.
So that's why we use that.
The pattern we saw is Billy Turner's home tower is this shaded purple. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And his home's here on the edge of it.
Yes, sir.
And as you said before, these cones are demonstrations. Is that right?
Yes, sir. It's a visual representation to show you the direction of the tower.
Okay.
But in reality, go ahead.
I'm interested in two particular ways in which this is a demonstration and not reality.
Yes, sir.
Okay. These straight lines here, in reality, aren't straight, are they?
No, sir.
There's overlap.
They would be more like a zigzag pattern based upon, it could be apartments, houses, buildings. It could be terrain, trees.
So does it make sense to you that even though Billy Turner's house is on the edge, just over the purple, does it make sense to you that this is his home tower nevertheless?
He's connected to that tower on that sector, yes, sir.
Okay, so that makes sense to you, this is his home tower.
Correct.
In fact, at 11:47 p.m. when he receives that text from Cheryl, I'm going to need my commission, whatever it is,
Yes, sir.
his phone is consistent with him being on his home tower. Is that correct?
Based on the call on the blue box, yes, sir, there's a call at 23:47, so that's at approximately the exact same time as he's getting the text message. So yes, sir, it would be indication that at that point at 23:47 hours, he's utilizing that tower in the area of his home. Yes.
So consistent with home base.
Yes, sir.
Then, 27 minutes later, 2 minutes after the homicide, is his phone in an area that's consistent with being in the home tower?
No, sir.
Instead, has his phone moved?
Yes, sir. The two towers are about 2.87 miles apart. And so, yeah, the tower that's connected to now is going to be the tower that's in the Wendike Country Club facing north, and it would indicate that it has changed locations.
So in those
27 minutes?
27 minutes, his phone has moved from his home tower to somewhere else.
Correct.
And you've demonstrated, the shaded purple is the somewhere else area. Is that correct?
That's correct. So at 0:14 hours, that's the tower that it's connecting to, and it's facing north at this point, and not the other tower, which was facing more south. east.
And again, is this cone a demonstration?
Yes, sir. It's not the exact distance or coverage of the tower. It's just to demonstrate the area that it's pointed in.
These straight lines going out actually have overlap, or not overlapping afterwards. We'll use overlap in a second. How would you describe the fact that these actually aren't straight? That there's going to be
So you're going to have side lobe and rear lobe, meaning they're going to go in a wave pattern out based on various things. And then you're going to see that it can expand way out and cover that sector.
okay. And then this final, like the limit to the cone, actually shouldn't even be there. Isn't that right?
No, sir. We prefer to have that really cut off, so it should just be a line, and then at the bottom you should see an arc, and then it's going to go out. So again,
This
we
thing's
use
thing's actually going out.
correct.
See what I'm doing?
So yes, sir. It's think of a flashlight in the sense that the flashlight beam goes out and it doesn't just stay this perfect little cone. It's going to spread out, and then that's more the indicative of the radio wave because it's a radio wave. It's not a perfect line.
And so at 12:14, 2 minutes after the homicide, Billy Turner's phone is in an area consistent with the purple shaded or going out and the overlap.
Yes, sir. So we changed if you look at the bubble, we changed the distance. It may not be in there. So that's just a representation of 1.5 miles out. But that tower could reach out 2 miles, could reach out 2.5. I'm not sure. I can't testify to the distance. But that cone is just a representation to show a direction, and it doesn't just stop right there.
So the phone is definitely moved.
Yes, sir.
The phone is definitely not at home base.
Correct.
And then you've overlaid, there's a second color in here, this aqua color, is that right?
Correct.
And these represent Lorenzen Wright's cell phone coverage, is that correct?
That's correct.
Because he's on an entirely different network.
He's on the AT&T network.
So entirely different towers.
Yes.
C-Spire for Billy. C-Spire for Billy.
Correct.
AT&T for Lorenzen. AT&T for Lorenzen.
Correct.
And you looked at the 911 call, is that correct?
Correct.
And at the time of the 911 call, Lorenzen Wright's phone is consistent with being in this aquamarine color, and then it hits off 2 separate towers, this aquamarine color.
Correct.
And both of these aquamarine colors are right next to this purple color.
Correct. They intersect. Yes, sir.
And that's what that shows.
Yes, sir. That goes back to the honeycomb and the overlay that we showed on the first couple of slides, where you can see there's coverage. So the tower that's the beginning tower facing south, the ending tower is facing east, but that side lobe again, that rear lobe, you're going to have coverage of that tower to the left, meaning the ending tower. So the way those two intersect lines up almost perfectly with the way where the homicide scene is, which is why it's hitting on 2 towers.
We can't say GPS.
Yes.
We can't say longitude and latitude of a particular place on this earth, right?
Now, only just the cell towers themselves.
But can we say that 2 minutes after this homicide, Mr. Turner's phone its location regarding the tower is consistent with being in the same area as Lorenzen Wright's cell phone at the time he was killed?
That's correct. It's in the same geographical area. Yes, sir.
Toward the further into your PowerPoint, you looked at another day, a couple days after the homicide on July the 21st. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you asked questions about it. What you looked at, is it consistent with Cheryl's phone being in Memphis on the 21st?
I didn't look. Her information's not up there.
Okay, well, on the further on the slide, we look
Yeah.
at
Billy and Jimmie's.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
On the 21st, is it consistent with Billy's phone being in Memphis on the 21st?
Yes, sir, it is.
Consistent with Jimmie's phone traveling from Batesville to Memphis on the 21st?
That's correct.
Are there times on the 21st that they show
Go on.
location consistent or near the crime scene?
You have to go back. We didn't, for Mr. Turner's phone or Mr. Martin? Mr. Martin's phone, yes.
Mr. Martin's phone.
Yes, sir.
And when we talk about the 21st, I asked you earlier about limitations. Do you see gaps on the 21st in Mr. Martin or Mr. Turner's or both cell phone in terms of what we talked about before? I'm in East Memphis or North Memphis, but a long time has passed.
Oh, yes, sir. Mr. Martin's phone has got 3 to 4 hour gaps.
How about Mr. Turner's phone on the 21st?
I'd have to go look. Well, hold on. I can look at these. You have some, 30 minutes gaps, maybe an hour, but not. I don't know if I can. Do you see?
Yeah, if you'll refer, is that the slide that's before? Yeah.
So there, yeah, you got the 1239. Let me look at that. Yes, sir. There's the gap from 1239 on the 21st to basically 1434. So you got about a 2 hour gap.
About a 2 hour gap. And I told you earlier in the records, there's another hour and a half gap.
Yes, sir.
That
I was
makes
looking at the
sense.
wrong day. That's why I didn't see it. But yeah, there's a 2 hour gap.
And so during these gaps, like we said before, since the cell phone is not being utilized, we don't know where it is or where it's gone.
No, sir. It could be anywhere within 2 hours. Yes, sir. We have no idea where it is during that time.
When you receive records, and I should have went to this at the start. When you receive phone records, it's actually not what the jury is holding in their hand. Is that correct?
No, sir. It's not.
I think you've made mention of it before. You receive what's called raw data,
Yes, sir. I do.
and would it be fair to say that raw data contains more information than what's contained in the printouts that the jury's looking at?
Oh, yes, sir.
And it conveys more information to someone who's trained and whose expertise is to look at raw data. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. What was provided to the jury is a cleaned up version of that. Meaning it has less rows. It has more layman terms. It's easier to read.
And if you were going to base an expert opinion as to where somebody's cell phone was and what it's consistent with, would you ever do that off this, or would you want the raw data?
I want the raw data.
Okay. So that's what you did in this case, is actually the raw data was analyzed.
Yes, sir. We looked at the raw data and we verified what's in the system for our pinning system. But yes, sir. We looked at the raw data.
Mr. Perry started with looking at what you were calling duplicate calls.
Yes, sir.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do.
All right, because I don't know what you're talking about, because I've never heard anybody tell me what it was. I saw what y'all were talking about. There appears to be a phone call, and then maybe during the duration of that phone call, a second call between the same people?
It's not truly a duplicate call, it's a duplicate record. So meaning the cell phone carrier just duplicated that record. So got a call at 10 o'clock this morning for 3 minutes on my records. You see another one right below it for the exact same date and time, exact same duration. Just a duplicate record. It's not two calls being placed at the same time.
Okay.
So sometimes the cell phone carriers, they share duplicate records. We have one carrier that constantly shows duplicate records. So it's what the carrier says.
And I think on some of the duplicate records that we looked at with Mr. Perry, they would show different towers. Is that correct?
It shouldn't. No, sir. I believe.
I think they would. I think if you look,
They could have.
some of the ones we went over earlier.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sir. He suggested the answer. He said, I don't think that they would necessarily.
No, that's the answer, and what Mr. Haggerman is doing is getting a clarification, because Mr. Haggerman remembers, and I can't comment on what was said, is that he believes there may have been instances that were asked that showed duplicate records on different towers. He was asking to clarify that. And if it isn't, he'll say there isn't.
Yes, sir.
If you look at page 1, you can see that the
This is on Exhibit 71, I believe. You wouldn't know.
I wouldn't know.
Yes, sir. Exhibit 71.
Well, you can see the first duplicate call on page 1, and it's going to be at the time would be 0. It's going to be on the 5th, July 5th, at 01:49. It's going to be in the morning. It's 01:49, 18 seconds. It shows 28 seconds. It's a duplicate record right below it. I'm sorry, that's not right. We found one.
Go to page 3.
What time?
Page 3, I made a notation when Mr. Haggerman was asking, I'm sorry, Mr. Perry was asking question 1059:39. Morel Hampton, the call that Mr. Perry asked you about.
Okay.
What time did you say? Just
1059:39. 7/6,
Yep.
2010. Apparently,
Yes, sir.
2 calls from Morel Hampton at the same time. Apparently, is what Mr. Perry asked you about.
Yes, sir. So that's the duplicate record.
Yes, sir.
That's what it's showing. I would need to actually look at the raw data to validate that that is the duplicate record. I don't know if our system PinLink may have just duplicated it. The records could have been entered 2 or 3 times, and they could have duplicated. So I need to look at the raw. I have to look at the raw data to verify that particular one. But what that's showing here on this paper is, yes, sir, a duplicate call, and it is showing different towers. Yes, sir. It shows it's connecting at 249 and connecting at 106.
And so that shows up on the record, some sort of duplicate record, like you said,
Yes, sir.
and it's showing 2 different cell towers.
Yes, sir.
That makes me nervous, but let me ask you this question, okay? Do you see any duplicate calls at the critical time of the homicide with different cell towers going on?
No, sir, we do not.
Was that raw data, was that checked and looked at, marked?
Yes, sir, you're right. Yes, sir.
So do you have any reason to doubt the accuracy of any records or cell tower locations for the night of the homicide or the morning after?
No, sir, we do not.
And there's no duplicate records in that time period with different cell phone sites or anything like that?
No, sir.
I have no other questions.
Mr. Perry, before you ask any questions, if you have any recross, I'm going to answer these 2 questions from the jury.
Yes, sir.
If you can answer these questions, you may do so. And the jury has prefaced this with, what about call, read it exactly, quote, what about call records for Cheryl Wright's phone, ?
If they're referring to the night of the incident, the night of the homicide, those records were analyzed. They were not included in this presentation. She has no cell tower usage or no usage during the time of the murder. So her phone showed to be at home before the 11:45 time frame that we've been focusing in on. And then there's nothing in the middle of the night or morning hours of the 19th. And then it shows to be back at her home on the early morning hours of the 19th. So she does not have, it's almost as if the phone never moved. So the phone was there, like when she went to bed, the phone's there essentially, the phone's there the whole time. So there's no tower locations around the homicides.
Second question, and the jury has indicated you might not be able to answer this. I'm going to read an officer's written quote, probably cannot be answered by Sergeant Evans. Was Mr. Wright's body found based on phone records, question mark?
Yeah, permission to approach.
Yes, sir. Let me rephrase the question. Read it exactly. Mr. Perry wanted to know if I was editorializing when I say that probably cannot be answered by Sergeant Evans, but this is the question itself as written. Quote, probably cannot be answered by Sergeant Evans. Those two little dots. Was Mr. Wright's body found based on phone records, question mark, close quote. So this is that quote from the jury, question from the jury. They're indicating that you probably cannot answer it. If you can answer it, you may do so. If you cannot answer it, you can let the jury know that you cannot answer it.
I was not part of that, so no, I can't technically answer that. I can't relate to that. I know that I believe cell tower information or cell call, a 911 call was used to help identify that he was missing or that something was going on. But as far as the records, I can't answer that.
Mr. Perry, any additional questions on cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Sergeant Evans, what's your definition of a geographical location? Or geographical area?
So the geographical, for cell tower purposes, the geographical area would be the area that is in the sector or around that sector based on the tower itself. And then it would be the outreach or how far out that area goes. So a geographical area wouldn't be, this is your geographical area, it's not going to be behind you or 2 streets over.
Can it be 2, 3, 4, 5 miles?
Again, we can't testify to the distance of the tower that you're questioning or referring to. We can tell you that it was pointed in that direction and it was going that way.
You can't say, and you were asked a question a few moments ago about, well, we think it was the same geographical area. This room is a geographical area, right?
Yes, sir.
Right, but I guess from here to the what used to be the First Tennessee building, that could be a geographical area downtown, right?
The geographical area of his house and the geographical area of the homicide scene are 2 different geographical areas. Yes.
Right.
Yes, sir.
From right here to the Mississippi River, is that a geographical area?
Depending upon how far you want to make it out, yes, sir.
Right, and from here to, I guess, Germantown could be a geographical area, right?
Could be.
So that's an undefinable or at least an unfocused term when you say, well, they're in the same geographical area. Right now, I'm in the same geographical area, technically, as a person that's in my office in Mississippi, right?
Yes, sir. When we're referring to cell tower records, the geographical area would be the area that the tower is pointed in, and it would be based on that sector and that direction of the tower. So that would be what we're referencing to is the geographical area of that area. Now, we're not saying the whole city of Memphis. We're saying that if we move to another tower, another direction, another sector, that'd be the next geographical area. So with that date and time of July 19th, or July 19th at 14 minutes after midnight, that's the geographical area that the tower was pointed in. And
So-
that's the area that we're referring to.
So there could be some 20,000 people in that geographical area, right?
There could be a lot, yes, sir. I don't know the number.
But it could be more than one person.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
All right. And so in that, when you say geographical area in response to that, you weren't defining that as to that field or Hacks Cross Road, any of that, Callis Creek. You weren't saying that's the geographical area that Billy Turner was in that evening.
No, sir, we're referring to that geographical area being that side of the tower and the device connected to that side of the tower.
On the, I know a few moments ago, Hackman asked you a few questions regarding the, I think terminology that I used related to sectors, et cetera. The sectors that we're talking about here are those that are in that those cones that you were drawing or what have you. You weren't drawing those cones more favorable for Mr. Thomas and myself, were you?
Those cones aren't drawn or defined by me. That's the way it comes out. So the way it works is you look at the raw data. The raw data gives you what's called an azimuth and a beam width. That information is a hard number. It's not something that I come up with. And so it then tells you, okay, it's at 245. So that's the direction, a 360 circle. We go around 180 at the bottom. It gets to 245. That's the direction it goes in. I don't indicate and have any preference for you or for the prosecution or for a juror. I'm just reading what's provided to me by a cell phone carrier.
Do you put the data into the software?
The raw data from the carrier is entered into the software. Yes.
By whom?
Yes, sir. It's a Excel document that's loaded into a program.
Who loads it?
I load it in.
All right, you load it in.
Yes, sir.
Right? And so those cones that we saw, they were loaded by you, right? And in loading those cones that were loaded by you, there's never a time that you see a sector that Billy Turner is in at the same time as the dot that Lorenzen Wright is in.
Again, I can't answer that because
I know.
we've been down the road, but all I can tell you is that it's the sector that tower, the sector face. We don't know the distance of it. It's in the general geographical area, and it goes out, and that's how where the device is connected.
When you put the raw data into that machine or into the software,
Yes.
it didn't place a dot belonging to Billy Turner at the same sector that the dot belonging to Lorenzen Wright. It didn't do that.
It doesn't put in docs. No, sir.
It didn't put phone usage on that same area where we're talking about, Callis Creek. You put the information into a machine, but you couldn't draw the sector wider. You couldn't draw a cone wider. You simply had to take the information that you got from C-Spire,
Yes, sir.
place it into a data format, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you couldn't change that,
I don't
right?
think we don't alter that data. No, sir.
Right. You can't alter it. You can't favor it. You can't answer the question one way for one person and one way for the other. You can't do that, right?
No, sir.
All right. So what we're looking at, when you're looking at this, what you drew or what you provided, that's something that you can't alter,
No,
right?
sir, I don't alter that. No, sir.
Right. You can interpret it and you can talk to them about it and talk to us about it, but you can't change it.
No, sir, I can't.
I don't have any other questions.
Any additional questions?
So obligated to ask one. I mean, I think we've asked this 5 different times.
Yes,
but
sir.
We can go back to these cones that everybody's talking about. You just take this one. It doesn't matter what slide. It doesn't matter what slide. We can just whichever one. This cone is for illustration purposes. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is. It's only illustrating that that's the sector in the direction that the antennas and the radio waves are pointing at.
I don't know if I did do it with the stick or my hand, but the end of this is not really an end.
No, sir, it's not. It's just an indication that that's the direction it's going in.
The purple actually extends.
Yes, sir, it extends.
And these straight lines aren't actually straight lines.
No, sir, they're going to be almost wiggly. If we go back to the technology, you can see how it all goes around in a circle, like a blob. That's what it looks like. It's not a straight line at all. There's no way to make a radio wave be a straight line.
And this diagram shows Lorenzen Wright's cell phone at the time of the murder. We can call it geographical area. We can call it whatever we want. But represented, again, not the end of the cone. It actually keeps on going.
Yes, sir.
In this aquamarine area, these two towers.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And Billy Turner's cell phone, again, not the end of the purple, no such thing as straight lines, in the same area as Lorenzen's.
That's correct. It's in the same area. Yes, sir.
Now, like Mr. Perry said, understand, you can't say that Billy Turner's cell phone is on the road Cal is cut off.
No, sir, I can't.
You can't say that is on the other side of the barbed wire fence in the field where Cal is cut off.
No, sir, I cannot.
But you can say that it's in this same area.
Correct.
That's all my questions.
Ms. Perry, any additional questions on cross-examination?
No, Your Honor.
Got two more jury questions for you.
Yes, sir.
And again, if you can answer these, you may answer it. If you cannot, just let the jury know you cannot answer. And I'm quoting directly, so there won't be any misinterpretation of anything I might say or may not say. This is the direct quote. Quote, what is the last call Cheryl made on her phone on July 18th p.m. and at what time was it made? Question mark. And to whom? Question mark. Close quote. If you can answer that.
I don't have those records in front of me, so I honestly can't answer that.
I'll show these. I actually have the digital records. They were all entered previously on that exhibit.
What exhibit?
This exhibit
45.
45, Your Honor. I
Yes, sir.
have them pulled up. I can pass them. I can pass my laptop forward if Mr. Perry and Mr. Thomas want to take a look at it before I pass it up.
I think they verified that these are the correct records that are on the desk. Excuse me, desk.
Yes, sir.
I'll pull those up for Sergeant.
Sergeant Evans, Deputy Smith has given you what has been admitted to evidence as Exhibit 45. Admitted through Jay Browning. Phone records of Cheryl Wright, Billy Turner, and Mr. Martin. And if there's anything in Exhibit 45 that you're now looking at parts of it, I don't need to say it.
Okay.
That can answer that question for the jury, and since it is an evidence, you may publish that for the jury.
Okay, so what we see here is the very last communication. Now, these are AT&T records, so this is not Billy Turner's records. These are Cheryl Wright's records. So of course, again, your target number is going to be different. Then you have the incoming short message service, or SMS, on 7/18/2010 at 23:48 hours. And that incoming message is from Billy Turner and his cell phone of the 901-239-3322. That's the last communication on her phone on the 18th. That would have been reference to the text messages that we saw where she asked him a question, he responds with okay. We didn't see that on his record because we only got voice, so we didn't get the text messages.
And I apologize, I was writing something else, July 18, 2010, at what time, sir?
23:48 hours is what's on here.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
When you get through that, maybe
You
ask
approach.
questions regarding that.
Absolutely.
I didn't.
Yes, sir. I'll always ask lawyers whether or not they have any additional questions. Yes, sir.
That's the last record that shows for the 18th.
You can get that back to Deputy Smith, please, sir.
You may want to keep that if we have.
He's gonna
Hang on
ask
to
questions.
it. Put it down in front of you.
Yes, sir.
Second question, quoting directly again. How can there be two calls less than a minute apart but have 3 minutes duration? Question mark. C, page 1, and again, this is Exhibit 71. And the juror says, see page 1, July 5, 2010.
At what time?
12:14:48. Call that I believe is Murrell, Murwill Hampton. And a call underneath that, July 5, 2010, 12:15:24. And I believe what the jury is saying is that one call, the first call indicated to be 3 minutes and 8 seconds. And the second call indicated to be 3 minutes and 4 seconds. and having been received or placed, I believe those were incoming calls, within less than a minute of each other.
So, to answer that question the best way, more than likely what this is going to be is, make sure I got my times right, it's 12:14. But those calls
Yeah,
being,
I'm going to object to speculation. If he's saying more than likely,
Yes, sir.
he didn't speculate to any of my answers.
yeah, then no, sir, I can't answer. Let's go with that.
He cannot answer that question. Any additional questions, Mr. Hagerman?
We asked about, or the jury asked about the last call Shara made, and that's what you just testified to, that 11:48 communication.
Yes, sir.
After that, what is the next call? When's the next time the phone is utilized?
As far as, there are multiple, in here it refers to unknowns, but as far as what we would call as an outgoing call would have been at 5:42 in the morning on the 19th. And that would be your next, there's no cell tower information, there's a bunch of unknowns. It doesn't have any call information as far as who called, direction, none of that, it's also unknown.
Okay.
So your next outgoing, or your next communication would have been, like I said, 5:42 in the morning. And that was an outgoing phone call.
11:48, then 5:42.
Yes, sir. So there's nothing in the middle of the night.
Listen.
Mr. Perry, additional questions?
I don't have that in front of me. I can look at it, but before I look at it,
Yes, sir.
I thought Teresa Walker was the last phone call that Cheryl made.
They asked about the last communication, I think, on the device, or a call. You are correct on the phone call, yes, sir. The last communication was that. I was going with that.
Reading again directly, quote, what is the last call Shara made on her phone on July 18th p.m. and at what time was it made, question mark, and to whom, question mark, close quote, end of question.
There is an outgoing call at the exact same time that she's giving the message. It's in 23-48 hours, that is to Teresa Walker. We're referring to voice calls, yes, sir, that would be it.
Do you have a number for Teresa Walker?
901-644-0052 was listed on here.
Okay, that's it.
Any additional questions, Mr. Hagerman? Jeff Smith. And that computer back to Mr. Schofield, please, sir. Sergeant Evans, thank you for your patience. Yes, sir. I know it's been a very long 2 days. You cannot discuss your testimony with anyone or allow anyone to talk to you about their testimony. Thank you for being here in court for the last couple of days, and make sure you stay safe, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Step down and watch
You
yourself.
like these?
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Yes, sir. Smith. This is Exhibit 71. Put that on the exhibit table. And I don't know who these duplicate records, or maybe the state gave those to Sergeant Evans. Give those back to Mr. Hagerman and Mr. Schofield. Council approach, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a recess for a minute. I believe the state's next witness might be Mr. James Martin and Jimmie Martin. Mr. Martin has a lawyer, Mr. James Jones, and I need to contact his lawyer to make sure that Mr. Martin has a right, and he does have a right to talk to his lawyer. And we should, if Mr. Martin and Mr. Jones decide that he wants him to testify, we'll hear from Mr. Martin in a few minutes. So it'll be an appropriate time to take a recess for right now. Remember, the court's instruction cannot discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else, and we'll start shortly. Yes, sir. Right here, please. For the record, the jurors out. Anything else we need to discuss before you take this recess? This court's out in recess, and you can clear the courtroom, please. We'll resume trial shortly. Thomas? I'm sorry. Martin, Jimmie Martin will be the state's next witness. And for the record, Mr. Martin's lawyer, Mr. James Jones, is present in court. Mr. Jones, before I bring the jury in, do I need to talk to your client about his election to testify or any questions that you might have regarding your client's testimony?
Your Honor, I have explained those rights to him. I don't know if it would be necessary for the purpose of the record, but he does understand his rights.
Yes, sir. Bring in Jimmie Martin for me, please, sir.
I'll say this, Your Honor, before Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Martin, and this will be made an exhibit, talked about in front of the jury. And I think the court already knows this too. Defense counsels have had this for years. You've made reference to it already. There is a memorandum of understanding that was executed in 2012.
Yes, sir.
In regard to Mr. Martin. That provided Mr. Martin what is called use immunity.
Yes, sir.
Which would be the truthful statements made by him at that time, here, now, whenever, about this case would not be used against him at any proceeding. So he does have this use immunity memorandum of understanding that will make an exhibit and that has been provided to everybody.
Yes, sir. We'll have that marked as next exhibit. Mr. Jimmie Martin, raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Hand up, Mr. Martin. Have a seat right here, please, sir. Mr. Martin, good afternoon, sir. Mr. Martin, if you will, please state your name and spell it for the record and the court reporter, please, sir.
Jimmie Martin. Jimmie.
Yes, sir.
Martin.
Mr. Martin, you have an attorney who represents you. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
Your attorney for the record is,
James Jones.
and he's present in court today. Is that correct? Ms. Jones, Ms. Martin's looking for you.
There you go. Yes, sir.
On the first row, I believe a brown or tan suit, brown suit, I believe. And Mr. Jones is your lawyer and has been your lawyer for how long, sir?
For 8 years.
8 years. You have a case that's actively pending in court right now.
Yes.
And what court is that in?
It's in James Lemon Court.
In Division 5 Criminal Court, Judge Lammy. And Mr. Jones is your lawyer on that case. Is that correct?
Correct.
And it's actively in court. Is that correct?
Correct.
You understand that you cannot be called as a witness in this case when you have a case that's pending. You're represented by an attorney unless you and your lawyer tell me to just coffee, I'm willing to testify in this case. You understand that, sir?
Correct.
If you and Mr. Jones tell me just coffee, Martin has a case that's pending. He wants to exercise any Fifth Amendment rights against any possible self-incrimination, and he's chosen not to testify as a witness. Nobody will call you. You can't even be called and have the jury and tell the juror that on the witness stand. I would tell that your name would never be mentioned. You understand that, sir?
Correct.
Now, if you tell me, and Mr. James Jones told me to just coffee, I talked to Mr. Martin. He understands his constitutional rights. He understands the consequences of testifying as a witness in this case against Mr. Billy Turner, and that he's willing to waive those rights, that he's willing to testify as a witness and answer questions truthfully. Now, that's 100% your decision. You understand that, sir?
Correct.
And again, I told you nobody can call you as a witness unless you tell me you want to testify. Mr. Jones has given you advice as to what you should do, but whether or not you take this witness stand and testify is 100% up to you. Do you understand that, sir?
Correct.
And have you talked to Mr. Jones about this in order to make an informed decision as to what you want to do, Mr. Martin?
Yes, sir.
And your decision now is to do what, sir?
Proceed.
I'm sorry, say it again.
Proceed.
To proceed and testify, is that correct?
Correct.
Does anyone threaten you, promise anything, put any force or pressure on you in order to get you to make that decision, sir?
No, sir.
You have your lawyer present. He'll be here throughout the course of your testimony. If you have any questions, but if you tell me to just call, if I need to talk to my lawyer, you let me know. I'll give you a chance to talk to your attorney. You understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Any questions, sir?
No, sir.
And for the record, I'm going to find that Mr. Jimmie Martin has been advised by his attorney, Mr. James Jones, and his court that since he is in fact represented by an attorney, does have a case pending in these criminal courts, that he has a Fifth Amendment right against possible self-incrimination, that he cannot be called to could not be compelled to give testimony in this case against Mr. Billy Turner, and that he understands that it's in fact his personal right, and that he has waived intelligently, knowingly, and voluntarily his right to remain silent, and will in fact allow the state to call Mr. Martin as a witness, as Mr. Martin has told me that is his desire is to testify in this case. We'll bring the jury in and also introduce Mr. Jones and make sure that the jury understands that Mr. Martin's lawyer is here. There were some statements made on voir dire, or maybe opening statements, and I want to make sure that we don't do that again. Tennessee law says that a jury can never be apprised of a possible punishment in a case. Can't talk about it, can't tell the jury about it, can never be discussed unless it's a capital murder case and you voir dire in a jury on the death penalty, life without possibility of parole, or life imprisonment. And there were some statements made that indicated Mr. Mr. Martin had been convicted of a certain offense and was sentenced to a certain number of years in prison. And that's something that we can't do. Jurors cannot understand, can never be told what the possible punishment is for any convictions of any criminal crimes, specifically prohibited by our legislature and by the Supreme Court. So if there's some questions that want to be asked as to whether or not he's being convicted of a crime, serving sentence for a crime, cannot talk about what the particular sentence is, cannot talk about what the charge may have been and of what he was actually convicted, because that tells his jury necessarily what the possible punishment is on this case and any other included offenses that the court might charge. And our legislature and the statute says that a jury can never be informed about the possible punishment, because sentencing is something that the jury does not consider. As I told the jury in their preliminary instructions, if there is a conviction on this case, the court would set the punishment at a separate sentence, and herein the jury would not be involved in setting punishment. And the Supreme Court has been clear that no parties, including the judge, can tell the jury what the range of punishment is or possible punishment is, and will order all lawyers to avoid making any references to punishment. What Mr. Martin may have been charged with, what he pled guilty to, was convicted of by a jury, and what his sentence was. Those are not permissible questions. We'll order both sides to stay away from any issues dealing with specific punishment. Are both sides ready to proceed? Deb Smith, will you bring in the jury, please, sir? Yes, sir. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be seated. Mr. Martin, I swear in outside of the presence of the jury, but if you can step down from the witness stand and he swore you in front of the jury, please, sir. Raise your right hand, place your left hand on the Bible, please, sir. Mr. Martin, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you were given in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Martin, have a seat up here, please, sir. And we did this a few minutes ago, but for the record, Mr. Martin, if you could state and spell your name for the jury and the court report in the record, please, sir.
Jimmie Martin, Jimmiemartin.
Mr. Martin, for the purposes of this record and the jury, you have a case that's pending in court. I think you told me a few minutes ago, Judge Lamy's court. Is that correct?
Yes, I have a post-conviction pen.
Okay. And you're represented by a lawyer on that case. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And your lawyer for the record and for the jury is who, sir?
James Jones.
Mr. James Jones. You stand up for a moment, Mr. Jones. Thank you, sir. Mr. Jones has been representing you for how long now, sir?
8 years.
8 years. Mr. Jones, thank you, sir. Thank you for being in court this afternoon. Mr. Martin, I told you a few minutes ago that because you have a case that's pending, you have a lawyer that you cannot be called as a witness in this case unless you and your lawyer tell me that you're willing to testify under oath and listen to questions that are asked by both sides. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
And I told you that that there's your personal right, that if you chose to waive any possible rights against self-incrimination, you will be allowed to testify. If you told the just cause that you choose not to testify, I told you that you cannot be compelled to testify. Do you understand it, sir?
Yes, sir.
You told me a few minutes ago that you wanted to testify. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, is that your decision, sir?
Yes, sir.
Has anyone threatened you, promised anything, put any force or pressure on you in order to get you to make that decision, Mr. Martin?
No, sir.
And I also told you that if someone asks a question of you and you need to talk to Mr. Jones to let me know, and I will allow you to consult or talk to your lawyer. You understand that, sir?
Correct.
You have any questions, sir?
No, sir.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Hagerman, you may proceed.
All right, Mr. Martin, keep your voice up.
Keep it up for me. You're doing good. Okay.
Okay.
A little bit louder.
All right.
Okay, that's good. Before we start, I'm going to ask you about things that happened 10 years ago, okay? And actually, before that, I'm going to ask about things that happened more than 10 years ago. But I want to ask you, am I approaching?
Yes, sir, you may.
Do you recognize this document here?
Yes, sir.
All right. Is it a document from 2012?
Yes, sir.
In fact, is it what is called a memorandum of understanding, a agreement that provides what's called use immunity with regard to your information?
Correct.
And is it signed by you?
Yes, sir.
And it's also signed by prosecutors long before me in 2012. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I've reviewed this document with you. Is that correct?
Correct.
Your attorneys back then reviewed the document with you. Is that correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Jones has seen it too. Is that right?
Correct.
In 2012, did you agree and actually come forward to talk to investigators with regard to the case involving the murder of Lorenzen Wright?
Yes, sir.
And at the time you did that, was this agreement, this memorandum of understanding, signed by you and signed by the district attorneys at the time?
I believe it was afterwards, but at the same time, yes. Around the same time.
And this agreement that I've explained to you, and your attorneys explained to you previously, provides that you will tell the truth at all times, the whole truth, and nothing about the truth. That you'll waive your rights and you'll do those things. And if you do, the state of Tennessee agrees, and I'm reading this, agrees that no statement made by you pursuant to this will be presented to any grand jury, pettit jury, or any finder of fact, nor will it use any such statement as a basis for any indictment, information, warrant, or other charging instrument concerning the subject offenses. Does that sound familiar to you? A lot of legal talk. Does that sound familiar?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Does that mean to you that if you tell the truth, the things you say cannot be used against you to charge you with this conspiracy to kill Lorenzen Wright?
Correct.
I'd like to offer this into evidence that you're as a state's explanation.
Spare Mr. Thomas, any objections?
Oh, yeah.
The record is exhibit number 7272. This is a memorandum of understanding entered into by Jimmie Martin in the state of Tennessee, signed by Mr. Martin, signed by Mr. Thomas Henderson, Thomas Henderson, Henderson, as an assistant district attorney general, and also signed by Mr. Martin's then counsel, exhibit number 72, a memorandum of understanding. You may proceed, Mr. Hagerman.
I told you, Mr. Martin, that we're going to talk about something that happened 10 years ago. It was a long time ago, right? Let's start even before that, okay? Where are you from?
I'm from Memphis, Tennessee, but I grew up in Batesville, Mississippi.
You born in Memphis?
Yeah, born, raised, well,
When did you start living in Batesville?
probably when I was young.
Okay. Do you even remember when y'all moved
I don't
from
know.
Memphis to Batesville?
I thought I was in the same spot.
Okay. And who raised you down in Batesville?
I was raised by my mother
All right. And what's your mother's name?
in the Richardson.
And did you go to school down in Batesville?
Yes, sir.
Where'd you go to school in Batesville?
South Another High School.
Did you play any sports there?
No, sir.
Did you graduate from South Panola?
Graduated.
And what did you do after you left South Panola?
I listened to the United States Navy.
And were you in the Navy?
Yeah, I was in the Navy.
How long were you in the Navy?
I did 8 years in the Navy.
8 years. What did you do in the Navy?
I was a hospital corpsman.
Hospital corpsman?
Yes, sir.
And what did that involve?
It involved LPN work. I was like a licensed practitioner nurse.
Okay. And where all were you stationed in the Navy?
I was stationed in San Diego, Chicago, Millington, Seattle.
You ever on a carrier?
I was on the USS Abraham Lincoln.
For how long?
I did about a year on the carrier, 6 months out to sea.
Where all in this world have you been?
I've been to Portugal, Spain, Africa, Italy, Singapore, Thailand, Australia, Canada, Mexico.
Around the world.
Around the world.
All in the Navy?
Yes, sir.
Did you like being in the Navy?
Yes, sir.
After 8 years, did you leave it though?
After 8 years, I left. This will be closer to home. This will be to take care of moms.
And where'd you move back to after you left the Navy?
I moved back to Memphis.
Was your mom living in Memphis or Batesville?
She was living in Batesville at the time.
And just so we know about how far is Memphis from Batesville, how long does it take you?
30 minutes.
Not particularly far.
Not far at all.
What were you doing when you were living in Memphis and coming down to Batesville? Did you have a job after you left the Navy?
When I left the Navy, I got employed with Pediatrics East.
What was that kind of business?
It was I was a nurse with Pediatrics East in Memphis,
Okay.
or Germantown.
How long did you do that for?
I did that for a couple of months, about probably 6 months.
Okay. Did you stop doing that?
Yeah, I went to school. I got enrolled in school at Veterot. I went to IT work to do IT work. This was really my passion is IT.
Is IT stuff? Did you complete your courses there at Veterot?
During the course, a fatal accident happened. I ended up in jail.
I'm not going to ask you about that, but there will be some questions as we go about whether or not you had a case going on at the time, whether or not you had an attorney at the time, whether or not you're out on bond, things like that.
Okay.
But I'm not going to ask you about the subject matter of the case that you had going on. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Now, what is your relationship, or do you have a relation with Cheryl Wright?
Cheryl Wright is my cousin.
Okay, and what's the family tree there?
She'll be my first cousin. She's my mother's sister's daughter.
Okay, she's your mother's sister's daughter.
Correct.
And growing up, did you see much of Cheryl Wright?
Growing up, I did.
Growing up, you did? When you came back to Memphis after the Navy, did you see much of Cheryl Wright?
Not much as I did growing up.
I'm going to ask you about seeing Cheryl Wright in May of 2010. Okay? But first, I want to ask you about the other things you had going on in 2010, 2009. After you stopped nursing, after you stopped going to school, were you also trying to be a musician?
At the time, throughout my whole career in the Navy, I was dealing with the music industry.
Okay, what kind of music did you do?
I did, well, me personally, I did rap, but I produced rap, R&B, grunge.
And that was stuff that you did while you were in the Navy, is that right?
Correct.
And is it stuff that you kept on doing?
Yeah, I continue to do.
Did you have a rap name?
Yes.
What was your rap name?
It was Trickster.
Trickster?
Yeah.
And did you perform shows and concerts?
Yes, sir.
jump back 12 years. May of 2010, okay? Did Cheryl Wright approach you with any sort of proposition?
May Cheryl came to Batesville. She was telling me about that Ren needed somebody to take care of his Rottweilers.
Okay, so that Cheryl came to Batesville. Is that weird or not?
Not particularly.
Okay.
She'll come down and visit my mom. So when she had told me she had a job for me, well, actually, Ren had already told me prior to it that he wanted me to come up there and train his Rottweiler the same way I trained my dog.
Okay, and you train dogs, is that right?
Correct.
I didn't ask this before. Did you know Lorenzen Wright?
Yeah, and Ren was close.
So Cheryl comes to Batesville and asks you about the Rottweilers.
Yeah.
All right.
So I'm thinking this was she come down and talk to me about. But when she brings me to Memphis, I get to the house and the whole subject matter changes.
All right, so let me interrupt you here. She comes to Batesville, is that correct?
Correct.
And you go back to Memphis?
Go to Memphis.
Do you remember 12 years ago? Do you remember whether or not you went back with her, or
Yeah, I
you
went.
met her back up there, or what?
I went back with her.
Okay. And where'd y'all go to?
Went to her house.
Had you ever been to her house before?
Not this house.
Not this house? And you said subject matter changed.
Yeah, subject matter changed, completely changed.
What do you mean by that?
It went from, I got a job for you, then I'm thinking I'm talking about the dogs, to a ploy to kill Lorenzen Wright.
Ploy to kill Lorenzen Wright.
Correct.
What'd you think about that?
What I thought about it was that Cheryl going through some things. She, everybody go through things where they just talking off the wall, where they just losing their mind.
And did you know her well? Did you know Cheryl well?
Yeah, I knew her well.
Would you describe her as the most stable person?
I wouldn't describe it as stable.
So you figure she was just talking.
Just talking.
What'd you say to her when this subject matter came up?
It's not the business you want to be in.
Not the business you want to be in. Do you know why she had come to you for this?
Oh, the only reason I can she didn't say why. The only thing that comes to my mind is that I was in a particular bind.
Okay, and so we've got to talk around it because other cases can be brought up, everything. We've got to talk around it. But at the time this happens in May of 2010, do you have criminal charges against you?
Correct.
And would it be fair to say, not saying you did it or you didn't, fair to say violent criminal charges?
Correct.
Okay. Had Cheryl and Lorenzen been involved in anything having to do with your court case?
Cheryl or Lorenzen?
Yes.
Yeah, Cheryl, actually, my mom contacted her for lawyer advice, and she recommended a lawyer to my mom.
Okay.
So she knew about what I had pending.
Okay. And when you're arrested for the court case, are you given a bond?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how was your attorney and your bond paid for?
My bond was paid for by me and my friends and family.
Okay. How about your attorney?
My attorney was paid for by me. The first what you call it, retainer.
The first part was paid by you. How about parts after that?
The parts after that by family and friends.
Okay. Was Cheryl involved at all in paying for the attorney?
Yes, she was involved on the second trial.
This charge goes on for a while and has several hearings and things like that.
Went on for
Because it has several hearings, the attorney has to be paid several different times.
several different
Is that
times.
correct?
Correct.
At some point, did Cheryl pay for the attorney?
Correct.
All right, so that's not the business you want to be in. What happens after you tell her that?
After that, they get into a brainstorming session on, well, if we do this, how best to do it.
And is this at the house?
This is at the house.
Is there anybody else at the house?
I would say it was me, Billy, Cheryl, and a pregnant lady.
Pregnant lady?
I don't know her name.
Okay. Let's start with those names, though. Obviously, we know who Cheryl is and we know who you are. You say Billy. Who's Billy?
That's what I know him as Billy.
Okay.
But
And how did you know him at all?
through Cheryl,
Through Cheryl. And did you know what his relationship to Cheryl was?
no.
Had you ever met with Billy or talked with Billy previous to May of 2010 when this meeting
I
happened?
may have met Billy before, but I don't remember any, dealings with him.
So you didn't have a relationship or anything with Mr. Turner, Billy Turner, before
Right, so-
May of 2010?
No, sir.
When Shara's talking about this business that she shouldn't be in, killing Lorenzen, is Billy Turner there?
Yes, sir.
Obviously you're there. Is this pregnant lady there?
Yes, sir.
And you described it as what, brainstorming?
Like brainstorming, they coming up with ways of how to best, perform the act,
Okay, and what act are we talking about?
the murder of the prisoner.
All right. And you say they were coming up with ways.
We were.
You were too, weren't you? Do you remember details about ways y'all talked about?
I mean, there was a lot of details, but yeah, I remember some details.
What are the details? I know this is 12 years ago, but what are the details you remember?
It was like just, you got to catch them somewhere where ain't a lot of people.
Catch them somewhere where there are not a lot of people?
Yeah,
Okay.
things like that nature.
Do you remember, like, who suggested what details? Do you remember what details you suggested?
I couldn't tell you. I couldn't remember.
At any time, did anybody in the meeting, did you ever stand up in the middle of the meeting and, throw your arms up and say, this is crazy, I'm running out the door and going to the police?
No.
No. Did Billy Turner, did he ever stand up, throw his arms up and say, this is crazy, I'm running out and going to the police?
No.
And the pregnant female,
No.
and obviously Miss Wright didn't either.
No.
How does this meeting, conversation, whatever you want to brainstorm in, how does it conclude? What happens?
Concluded with everybody just went their separate ways. Once everybody got tired, it was time getting late. Everybody just went their separate ways. It wasn't like we write down anything.
This wasn't like a board meeting.
It wasn't a board meeting.
Nobody was taking minutes, I assume. And from this meeting, was there any hard, detailed plan that had been hatched yet?
No, not at all.
The idea to kill Lorenzen.
It's just the idea. So to me, it was like, people just getting stuff off their chest. It wasn't real. It's not going to happen.
Okay. Were you hoping it happened or hoping it didn't happen?
I was hoping it didn't happen.
Where did you go after this meeting? Do you remember?
I head back to Batesville.
Do you remember if you went yourself or did somebody drive you, or do you not remember?
I really don't remember, but I know they drove. I didn't drive.
Okay, you know you didn't drive.
Yeah, I didn't drive up there.
Okay. Do you remember how you feel? I mean, do you remember how you feel after that? Do you feel like you're getting to be part of something bigger, or you just
No, it
what's
just
going on?
felt surreal. Like it's not really happening. It's just a fantasy somebody having.
Okay. Well, what happens next with regard to this thing?
Go out to what's going on with the floor.
Yeah.
That's when they called me up there for a second meeting.
Okay, and you say they called you up there. What you talking
Well, I
about?
mean, I don't mean they as in multiple people called, but
Okay. Who do you mean?
I mean Cheryl called me up there. She called and said, "I'm coming to pick you up."
Okay. Did she come down to Batesville again?
And then she come down to Batesville.
And are we still in May of 2010?
Yes, around that time.
Okay. And does she in fact pick you up?
Yes, sir.
And where does she take you?
She took me back to her place.
And is there anybody else at her house the second time?
I believe it was me, Billy, Cheryl, Billy, and some other gentleman. I don't know who it was.
Where were y'all at in the house when y'all talked about stuff?
We was in the kitchen.
Was this other gentleman who said you don't know who he is, where was he at in the house when y'all talked about stuff?
He was in the living room.
Do you know if he was part of this thing or not?
I don't know who he was. I thought he was probably just someone there, just there.
And through the years, have police showed you pictures and asked you if that's the person or that's the person, stuff like that?
Yes, sir.
But this is a person you said you don't know.
I don't. After that day, we had no other meetings with this guy.
Never saw him again.
No problem.
This second time, Billy's there, Cheryl there. Is the pregnant lady there the second time?
I don't believe so.
What's discussed the second time?
The second time, this was when we talked about the equipment that we need to perform the act.
All right, when you say equipment and the act, let's talk about both those things just right out in the open. What kind of equipment are you talking about?
We talking about deadly weapons, guns.
Weapons. Are those the kind of weapons y'all talked about, guns? And the act, what are we talking about?
The murder of the ring.
This second time, are there more detailed plans?
Yes, there's more detailed plans and there's weapons involved.
All right, what kind of weapons are there? You know,
It was just
generally.
It was just a couple of guns.
Do you remember how many guns?
I believe either 2 or 3.
2 or 3 guns? And do you remember who provided these guns, like where they came from or anything?
I don't know who had them. It was already there.
Okay, you didn't. Did you bring them up there?
I ain't bring.
And when you got out of the car with Cheryl, did you see whether or not Cheryl had guns on her when y'all got out of the car?
She didn't have them on.
She didn't have them on. Okay, so these guns were there when you and Cheryl got back from
We got
Mexico.
there.
Did y'all discuss who was going to do what with these guns?
There's a lot of discussion on who would do what. It was just
Tell me
mainly it was okay if you go. Like if I go, I'm gonna take one of them with me and go do it on my own.
Go where?
Wherever the chosen spot, which
Okay.
was not hashed out yet.
Okay. Chosen spot not hashed out. But if you're going to go and do it, you're going to take a gun.
We're gonna take one.
Okay. And how about Billy?
If Billy was chosen to do it, he would take just one.
And you said chose. Who was going to choose who does what, or is there a leader, or what's going on?
Only way I could see there was a leader of what was going on was Cheryl was dictating what
Okay, Cheryl was dictating. Even though there wasn't a specific spot picked out, did y'all talk about possible spots?
Yeah, we talked about possible areas.
Do you remember now any of those areas that y'all talked about?
I remember one area was Atlanta.
Atlanta. And do you know where Lorenzen was living back then?
Yes, sir.
Where is he living?
He was living in a condominium complex.
The condominium complex in Atlanta.
Atlanta.
Was there talk about if it was done in Atlanta, who was going to go do it?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
It was me.
It was going to be you.
Yes, sir.
And again, you didn't jump up, raise your arms up in the air, and said, "I'm going to run out of here and call the police."
No, sir.
Why didn't you? Not
Because-
necessarily call the police, but why were you still sitting there listening to this and agreeing to this?
Because when someone comes to you with a murder plot, if they're planning to kill someone they love, you're like the lowest man on the totem pole. They have no problem killing you.
Did you feel pressured?
Yeah, there was a lot of pressure.
Did you in any way feel indebted to Cheryl?
No, sir.
You didn't feel like you owed her anything?
No, sir.
To your knowledge, was she paying for your attorney just
Not
because?
at this time.
She wasn't paying for her attorney yet.
No.
I understand.
But what happens at the end of this meeting?
At the end of this meeting, that's when everybody went their separated the same way. We still haven't hashed out where to go. I'm actually stalling this meeting out. I'm throwing stuff out there that never worked.
What do you say, stalling and throwing stuff out that never worked? Who are we talking about?
Because I'm thinking like, no, we're not gonna do this. Y'all crazy. You lose your mind. But I don't want to say this to a crazy person.
You saw a crazy person, you know about Cheryl.
Yeah. I don't want to rock the boat and then they want to X me out.
Do you remember Billy saying anything in particular at this meeting?
Man, I felt the same consensus from Billy. Like, this was crazy.
You felt the same consensus from Billy, meaning you got the sense that he thought this conversation was crazy
Yes.
too. But he was sitting there like you,
Yeah.
part of this thing.
Because once you're involved in conspiracy, either way you go, if it happens and you go tell it, man, police come down on you, Steve. That's how we look at it.
She had driven you to this meeting from Batesville, is that correct?
Correct.
When you left this meeting, where'd you go?
Well, when I left the meeting, I was handed the car keys and was told it was Billy's car and to take it back with me.
Okay, so you were
Take
given
myself to back to Batesville.
you were given Billy's car to go back to Batesville.
I don't know who. It said it was Billy's car.
You don't know if it was Billy's car or not.
Correct.
Do you remember what kind of car it was, what kind of color it was, or anything?
I know it was I believe it was a gunmetal colored Dodge.
And I tell you what, I'm gonna pass you a picture, ask you to ignore all this damage to it, but ask you to look at the color, look at the type of car, and tell me if that is a similar car, similar color.
It's a similar car and similar color.
All right, have that marked as license number.
Some interjections.
No objection, Your Honor.
This will be exhibit number 7373. Photograph describing Ms. Martin as a gun color car. It appears to be the same car, similar model, similar color as the car that was driven to drive back to Batesville. Exhibit number 73.
I told you to ignore all the damage to it when I showed it to you, right, Mr.
Yeah.
Martin? My apologies to the jury.
Yes, sir, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
You were told this was Billy's car.
Yes,
Who
yes,
told
sir.
you that? You remember?
Cheryl.
What did you do with this car after the car keys are handed to you?
Probably headed to Mississippi, to Batesville.
Did anything happen while you were driving this car when you were on your way to Mississippi?
I remember one detail that just stuck out was that Cheryl called me and told me when I get there, look in the trunk.
When you get there, look in the trunk.
Yes, sir.
Did you stop the car and immediately look in the trunk, or did you continue on your way?
Continue on my way.
Once you got there, what'd you do?
Well, when I got there, I opened the trunk, and it was some guns in the trunk, marijuana, and some money.
Do you remember how much money?
I don't remember how much money, about $300, $500.
And this, things that happened 12 years ago, I'm not going to ask you to guess about, okay?
Okay.
So, do you remember exactly how much money it was? Or not?
No, sir.
Do you remember how many guns were in there?
It was 3.
Do you remember what kind of guns they were?
Yes, sir.
What kind of guns were they?
It was 25, 38, and Magnum.
All right, 25, a 38, and a Magnum. When you said Magnum, that means to me it's like a 357 Magnum, a big.
Correct.
Is that what it was?
357 Magnum.
Well, now you're in Batesville. You got 3 guns and some money. You say some marijuana too?
Marijuana.
What do you do?
Yeah. I got money in my weed. I'm good.
You got money in your weed and you felt you're good.
Yeah.
What'd you do with the 3 guns?
I got rid of them.
What do you mean by got rid of them?
Sold.
Sold. So now you
Well, I
have
ain't
weed.
sell. I sold one of them.
You sold one of them?
So
Do you remember which one you sold?
38.
Do you remember how much money you got for that 38?
I don't remember.
So now you had some money and some more money and some weed and 2 guns.
Correct.
What happens next as part of this scheme or whatever?
Okay, I get a call from Cheryl to tell me to asking me to head to Atlanta and that Lorenzen should be at his condo.
And if I'm right, we had started in May. Would this be in June of 2010?
I believe around that time.
Asking you to head to his condo.
Correct.
Did y'all talk about you and Cheryl when she asked you to head to his condo? You know what that meant, right?
I already knew it, man.
You knew what that meant. Did y'all talk about what exactly you were going to do when you get there or anything like that?
Yeah, it was to basically catch Lorenzen in a compromised position and take care of him.
What was a
And take care of
what's a compromising position?
If I can catch him out, it'll be fine. If I can catch him in the house,
Catch him where you could.
catch him.
Had you discussed with Cheryl at this point, got guns, going to Atlanta, what's your payment? What were you going to get for this thing?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering the whole time.
You were wondering that the whole time.
Yeah.
Would you ever ask her?
Payments was never discussed at that time.
The payment wasn't discussed? Is that what you said?
It was just known that you would be fully compensated.
There was an understanding.
I understand.
When she called you and told you to go to Atlanta, do you remember, were you supposed to go that same day? Or
Same day.
you were supposed to go the same day? And did you go to Atlanta that same day?
No, sir.
Did you go to Atlanta that next day?
No, sir.
Well, tell us what you did.
Man, I just stayed at the house.
Did you tell her you went to Atlanta?
Yeah, I told her when she called, I said I went to Atlanta and didn't find her.
Did she like that?
No, she got upset.
You think she believed you that you even went?
No, she didn't believe.
She didn't believe you. And had you actually gone at all?
No, sir. She
Sounds
knew
like you were being a bit of a con man.
Yeah, I was. She knew I was lying. With my cousin.
Did she get mad at you?
Yeah.
Did she fuss at you?
I mean, she was like ain't fussing at me, but she was telling me, yeah, I'm upset. We need to get this done. We need to take care of this. And blah, blah, blah.
What happens next?
What happened next is she calls me up, or I don't know if it was through text or through a call, but she told me to come up there. She had somebody, to go with me. She was still want to go to Atlanta. She said she had just been from Atlanta, and she left for one of the doors, one of the windows unlocked.
She said, so there's a couple things here. She said that she had just got back from Atlanta.
Got back from Atlanta.
And she said she had left some, what'd you say?
The windows unlocked
Some windows unlocked.
Correct.
Windows unlocked where?
at the condominium.
Lorenzen's condominium?
Correct.
And she said she had somebody to go with you?
Yes, sir.
Did she tell you on the phone who that person was that was going to go with you?
Yes, sir.
Who was that?
Billy.
And did that surprise you at all?
No, sir.
Because Billy had been at the other meetings.
Correct.
After that phone call, did you in fact hook up with Billy to go to Atlanta?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember how that happened?
I was supposed to go up to Memphis and get him, but they ended up coming down, and we drove from there.
You say they ended up coming down.
Him and Cheryl came down.
And who drove? Or Cheryl and Billy come down from Memphis to Batesville.
Correct.
And then does anybody drive from Batesville to Atlanta to do this thing?
Me and Billy.
You and Billy. And what vehicle do y'all take from Memphis to Atlanta to do these things?
Gray Dodge.
Same car that we saw a picture of.
I don't know if it's the same car, but a car like similar.
Well, yeah, that car's all torn up and
Yeah.
it has all that damage to it. But same color, same
Similar.
Dodge style. Who drives?
A tandem.
Is
You
that-
drag some miles, I drag.
You and Billy discuss what's y'all are on the way to do?
Yeah, we did a few discussions, and just went a lot of chatter, but I got the consensus that we was on the same page. That we knew 90% of the chance that Lorenzen was not going to be at the house.
Was that going to be good news or bad news for you?
That was good news for us.
That was good news for you. So you got this was good news for you. Is that right?
Yes. I got the
Yes.
consensus that it was good news for Billy.
Did you have a gun with you?
Yes, sir.
Did Billy have a gun with him?
Yes, sir.
And the idea was that y'all were going to Atlanta to kill Lorenzen.
Correct.
Is that correct? And it was good news to you that 90% chance Lorenzen ain't gonna be there.
Correct.
And by consensus, you mean you felt it was good news for Billy too?
Yes.
That Lorenzen 90% wasn't gonna be there.
Was going to be here.
And if he wasn't there, y'all come back to Memphis.
Yes. Yes, sir.
And there's no killing.
No killing.
And guess you got to report back to Cheryl.
Yes, sir.
She didn't fuss at you, but she was upset at you the first time.
Correct.
Is she going to be upset again?
Well, this time I got a person that was there to witness that we went.
This time you got a partner.
Yeah.
So she'll know this time that you went
Correct.
to Memphis or to Atlanta,
To Atlanta.
and he just wasn't there.
Correct.
Now, do you remember what gun you had with you?
I believe I had the 25 with me.
And did you say Billy had a gun too?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, tell me about getting to Atlanta. Did y'all know where to go?
Yes, sir. I know where Green lives.
You knew where he lived. Tell me about going there. I mean, once y'all get there, tell me what y'all did, where y'all parked, if y'all waited. Tell me what happens.
When we got there, we parked outside the condominium complex. We went through the little side area, through a couple of buildings, and when we got to his condominium, it was a window unlocked.
Let me back up. Let me back up. Did y'all wait once y'all parked? You said you parked outside the condos,
Correct.
outside the complex.
The complex.
Is that right? Did y'all wait around for a while, or is this something y'all were gonna park, y'all go do it?
As soon as we parked.
Okay. As soon as you park. And these condos that they lived in, can you describe them sort of like in terms of could y'all have parked right in front of this condo? Could y'all have gotten into the complex?
Yeah, you can get it to the side of the complex, but it ain't where you want to be if you're finna do a caper.
Okay. So to do a caper, you're gonna park outside.
Correct.
And you said snuck behind some buildings or something?
Between the condos.
And at that time, did you have a gun with you?
Yes, sir.
Billy had his gun with you?
Yes, sir.
Did y'all wear any special clothing or anything?
No, sir.
All right, so we're not talking about professional hitting it here, are we?
No, sir.
But y'all both got guns, park outside the complex, sneak through some buildings, and go to the back.
Correct.
And do you remember, shift gears here for a second, in 2012 when you came forward with the police, they showed you a picture of this complex?
Yes, sir.
And did you actually identify it as the complex and make markings about where y'all parked and the possible location of Lorenzen's condo in this cluster?
Yes, sir.
Let me pass you this and ask you if you recognize this back from 2012.
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
This is a picture of the condominium complex.
And if you
It's
made
like an
some-
aerial view.
Yeah. Back 10 years ago, did you make some markings on that picture?
Yes, sir.
You indicated at least 2 different things, right?
Yes, about 3 times.
All right, what did you indicate on there?
It just complex where we park and the possible location of the condominium.
I'd let that notice as a say. Off that notice, say 600 using it.
Ms. Thomas and or Mr. Perry, have you seen this document? Yeah, that's it.
No,
Interjection. No objection. Thank you, Mr. Perry. This would be exhibit number 7474. It's a Google area map identified by Mr. Martin as the Lorenzen Complex, exhibit 74. May proceed, Mr. Hagerman.
My apologies, Your Honor.
Yes, sir, you may.
There's a complex. Possible location. Parked.
Intercede for a second. Yes, sir. Hold this hand at the jury. And,
That may be better.
yes,
It's
sir.
very small.
But it's right and it's small, and it may be better for them to have it in their hands so they can take a look at it.
So
You and Billy were behind Lorenzen's condo. I didn't ask you, is this daytime or nighttime?
It's at night.
Dark? Y'all are behind Lorenzen's condo in the nighttime, both with guns, is that right?
Correct.
What do y'all do once y'all get
You enter through a back window.
there? Was it the
Actually, it's a back side window.
Says the backside window?
Correct.
First floor?
First floor.
Front of the house or back of the house?
He's on the back of the side of the house.
Back side of the house? Was it unlocked, in fact?
Correct.
Do you remember who pushed the window up? You were Bill?
I don't know who, but may have been me and may have been Billy.
I don't remember. After the window's pushed up, what do y'all have to do to get in the window? Can y'all step in? You have to climb in? What?
Just a small climb in.
Or just talk a little bit louder, okay? Because we're about 3 feet from you, straining, so I'm sure those folks in the last row probably have a hard time hearing. So
It was a small climb in.
So it's much better.
Y'all come in that window. What type of room are you
When we get in, it's like a game room,
in? What do you mean by game room?
like a pool table, PlayStation.
Do you remember there being a pool table in the room?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what color it was?
It was red.
Do you remember anything else that was in the room?
Yeah, it was a PlayStation, lounge seats, TV,
So, like you said, playroom, game room.
little game room.
Was anybody in that room?
No, sir.
Were y'all trying to be quiet?
Yes, sir.
Where'd you have your guns?
Wasted in the waistband.
Waistband? Both of you?
Yeah, when we entered the room, we did.
Once y'all got in the room, what'd you do with your guns?
We drew.
In your hands?
Yes, sir.
What do y'all do?
We headed to the living room.
Where's
which
that?
was- it seems like a little living room or a den.
Okay.
It was to the left.
To the left of the room you came in?
Yes, sir.
Was there anybody living there?
There was someone sleeping on the couch.
There's a couch in the living room?
Yes, sir.
There was someone sleeping on the couch. Could you tell who that person was?
No, sir.
Do you know whether or not it was Lorenzen?
Knew right away it wasn't a ring
Why is that?
because of the stature.
Smaller than Lorenzen?
Way small.
Way small.
Yes, sir.
This person wake up?
No, sir.
How close to this person did y'all get?
Hand distance, arm distance.
3 feet?
Yes, sir.
Y'all being quiet when you walked up next to him?
Yes, sir.
Either one of y'all point a gun at him?
No, sir. Not that I was going. I didn't want one.
What'd y'all do with this person 3 feet from you?
Nothing. We left him. We left him where he was at.
Did y'all leave the condo?
Properly after we realized there wasn't nobody there.
Promptly after you?
Yeah, properly after we seen there was somebody else there other than the reason we left.
How'd y'all leave?
It was the same way we came.
Did y'all shut the window behind you?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember who did that?
I don't know.
Were you scared in that condo?
No, sir.
No, sir. As you left the condo, did y'all go back to the car?
Yes, sir.
Fast or slow?
Just a regular pace.
Did y'all go behind the buildings again, or did you go out to the neighborhood?
Went through the same way we came.
Did y'all see anybody in the backyards or anything like that?
No, sir.
Did y'all make it to the car
Yes, sir.
undetected?
Yes, sir.
Nobody to watch it? Y'all get back to the car, did y'all talk to each other?
Yes, sir.
Did y'all talk to each other before y'all got back to the car?
No, sir.
Y'all back to the car, what did y'all talk about?
It was like relieved that we did everything went as planned. We didn't want to do anything anyway. We just,
Y'all are relieved.
yeah, just checking it off the box.
And you'd used the word consensus before. Is that how Billy appeared to feel too?
Yes, sir.
And is that how he talked too?
Yes, sir.
So we're back in the car with our guns. We're relieved that we didn't have to do anything. Where do we go?
We leave and go park at a restaurant for a few minutes to gather our thoughts.
Do you remember now what restaurant it was?
No, sir.
Do you remember in a prior statement saying you thought it was an IHOP restaurant?
It could have been an IHOP or a Huddle House or something. Some kind of
Did y'all
restaurant.
go in the restaurant?
No, sir.
What did y'all do in the car?
Just sat there and waited, rested, and headed back to Memphis.
Chilled out, yes.
Get chilled out. It was a long drive.
Do you remember any conversations in the car while y'all were in that parking lot?
No, sir.
Did y'all leave that parking lot and start driving back to Memphis? I mean, did you start driving back to Memphis or Batesville or where?
We had the same general area.
Do you remember conversations on the ride home?
On the ride home, the only conversation I believe we had was about how this is getting too ridiculous.
This thing's getting too ridiculous? I mean, y'all talking about this thing getting too
We're talking about
ridiculous?
this plot that Cheryl had hatched.
Did y'all both agree that it was getting too ridiculous?
Yes, sir.
At this point on the drive back, has anybody contacted Cheryl to tell her this didn't happen?
I believe Billy told me that he had when we stopped for gas that he contacted her. That he contacted Cheryl and told her everything. That nothing happened.
And did he relay to her, to you, what her response was or what she thought about that?
No, sir.
Back to basic for you? Or?
Get back to basics for me.
Do you remember what became of the two guns at that point? You said you had the smaller gun, the 25 with you, and Billy had a different gun with him.
Yes,
You
sir.
remember what happened with the guns when you got back?
I kept the one I had.
You kept the one you had?
I don't know what happened to the next one.
As far as you know, did Billy keep the one he had?
Yes, sir.
That takes us through June of 2010. You and I have talked about some Facebook messages. Is that correct?
Correct.
Messages between you and Cheryl. From late June into July of 2010. Is that right?
I believe so.
I even had you read the messages. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
correct? Would you agree with me that you and Cheryl are speaking in some sort of rude code or something about things in these messages?
Yes, sir.
This is, for the record, already an exhibit. Your Honor. This is
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 70.
Yes, sir.
Facebook message from Jay Martin on June 24th. Facebook message to Jay Martin on June the 24th. About your beats, any luck on getting all the new equipment? I'm still asking people who I think you could get deals from. Let me know. Love you. You respond, no luck, still looking and win the party. What are y'all talking about?
Right there, we're talking about guns.
Talking about guns? Was there a reason why y'all needed new guns?
Because the guns that she supplied was small caliber, 25, 38, and one of them was way too large, 357.
Okay, so yeah, you got 25, which is small caliber gun. 38, small caliber
Small
gun.
caliber.
357, which is enormous.
Too large of a caliber.
And did you not like those calibers to do this thing?
Those are not guns you want to go in to a battle with. Those self-defense guns.
And so she's asking you, any luck on getting all the new equipment, guns? I'm still looking for people who I think I could get deals from, guns from. And your
response, no look, no luck, still looking when the party, is that right?
Correct.
And y'all are gonna talk about a party throughout these. What's the party?
The party is when it's where and when.
Where
Lorenzen
and when,
is
what's
be-
gonna happen?
Correct.
When Lorenzen's gonna get killed.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
And then we have a message in July the 4th, from Cheryl to you. Man, you drive me crazy with this party. We keep getting our days and times mixed up. We were supposed to go to Atlanta one time, you didn't go.
Correct.
And you went to Atlanta Billy the second time, and it didn't happen.
Amen.
What you gonna do? We got all our ends. You know who she's talking about? She says we.
No.
Okay, well, who all was at this meeting?
Objection, Your Honor. That's a good answer. He doesn't know.
He asked another question, who all was at the meeting, so he left that first question alone. Mr. Perry actually asked another question. The last question was, who all was at this meeting?
Did he get an answer? Do we have an answer to the last question, Your Honor? Because I think he tried to answer it and he started
Mr.
talking.
Perry,
I'm asking a question, Your Honor.
I understand, if you listen to the answers, you would understand he asked the question, he said he didn't know, then he asked him who all was at the meeting. He asked a different question when he got the answer to the first question.
The answer to the first question is he didn't know.
Yes, sir. And he asked another question, who all was at the party, at the meeting, rather. See,
Who's the meeting?
Who all was at the meeting? It was me, Billy, and Cheryl.
And who all was in the car with you going to Atlanta?
It was me and Billy.
What else you need? Because I can't find another DJ this late. I want to do it before the 18th. Do you know why she went before the 18th?
No clue.
Do you know that Lorenzen was coming in town on the 18th?
They had a clue.
Because we got the family reunion and other stuff coming up. Give me a holler back, let me know something. You respond 3 days later. So this was $300 left. What are you talking about there?
So this is what's up, $300 left. This might be in response to something that was called on the phone.
Okay, because did you communicate with Cheryl more than in one way?
Correct.
Would you talk to her in person?
Talk to him in person,
Would you talk to her on the phone?
talk to him on the phone,
Would you talk to her through Facebook?
and through Facebook,
Were there any other ways you are communicating with Cheryl?
text.
Text. Towel in Florida had the concert there. Do you know what's that about?
It's just a misprint there. This show was in Florida.
Whose show?
Show had a concert in Florida.
Okay. Do you know what? Yeah, towel doesn't make much sense. You know what word that's supposed to be?
Show.
Show. Show in Florida had the concert there.
Yeah.
And had you actually had a concert in Florida?
Correct.
You want me to go to a party, we're talking the killing, is that right?
Correct.
Adult theme, but the party has kids. When is it going to be an all-adult party, or how to plan around that? Also got to plan around my contacts there, then a rental. Let's take this piece by piece. What do you mean when you talk about adult theme, party having kids, stuff like that?
When this text, I was driving, so someone was typing for me, but it was saying, I was like, man, is it 21 and over, meaning don't have anybody around,
Okay, so you mean nobody around at all?
you know?
So you aren't necessarily talking about
We're not
kids?
talking about kids as in kids, but
Okay. Could we almost replace that word kids with witnesses?
correct,
No witnesses around?
correct.
We got to plan a party without witnesses and how to plan around that.
Correct.
Do you know what the thing about also got to plan around my contacts there and then a rental was about?
Because at that point in time, it's really saying my contacts there was who else who I'm supposed to be coming up here to talk to get this accomplished.
Okay. You're asking her who you're supposed to come pick up to get this done. Is that correct?
Because this was my plan right here. Whatever this plan was.
And You and Billy have already gotten back from Atlanta.
Yeah.
That's over with. Is it okay to throw the party outside? And you respond, I got you. You know what that means?
I get you.
But I mean, as far as outside, she's
Oh.
literally talking about having it done outside.
Yes, sir.
Back to the kids, witnesses thing. You say that you're concerned about the noise and the neighbors,
Correct.
but it'll have to work if there's no other way.
Correct.
A series of texts from her that you don't respond to over the course of a week, July the 7th to July the 13th. She's asking during that week, are we still on? What's up? We still on? And your response, time, loose ends, moving studios, change of plan. The artist can't find any equipment. He can trade or sell my big keyboard. That's what I'm trying to do. The other two are cool, but I need a 9-inch studio monitor. Don't want people sweat and stuff burning up in the non-AC junk. We have to rent something to haul all this. Too much hassle cleaning up. Don't want to be riding dirty. Then the money got to cover our ass. What are we talking about there?
It's talking about getting rid of the 357 Magnum. But at the time we had already replaced the 38. Remember I had sold the 38 and got a 9. So I'm saying the other two cool, the 25 and the 9 is cool. So we gotta get rid of this 357 Magnum.
And is the 357 the big keyboard?
It's a big.
And 9-inch studio monitor, what's that?
Get another 9.
You need money for something? I got 200. Try to find the monitors. Those are speakers. Everybody uses them. I can't find them around here. Can't afford new ones. Let me know. He should be able to help. Then I'll scoop him, and we good. He should be able to help, and I scoop him, and we good. Who are you talking about?
At this time I
Let me show you this here real quick.
Yes, sir.
Just this one here at the end.
What time? Is that 14?
Yeah. July 14th.
I think I'm talking about whoever fought her the first gun. He should be able to help. I'm not talking about a particular person at the time.
Okay. So
Whoever
get the
found
guns.
them last ones for you, he should be able to help you find some more. You ask me about it.
And then the next text is actually not text, I'm sorry, Facebook message is from Cheryl.
But it's from a text.
Yeah. Is from Cheryl to you, and it's actually 2 days after the murder. I give up, nothing's working out, everything is too high, including getting the pool up and running, Memphis pool. You've read this text, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
What's this thing about?
That's what she's just tying up loose ends.
What
I
do you
believe
mean
she
by-
said. I believe she was either went to a grand jury or somebody was talking to her, and she told me they was saying she didn't end none of her phone calls with me. So I guess it was her trying to end
Okay, when you say somebody's talking to you, you mean the police?
the police.
When you say tying up loose ends, I think I understand what you're saying. Y'all have all these previous messages about a party out there hanging, right?
Correct.
And is this an attempt by her to try to close that hanging?
They closed it up, the argument with that statement.
After that, on 7/22, you tell her you need to call Auntie. Who are you talking about when you say Auntie?
Talking about my mom.
Okay, is that done?
Correct.
And then on 7/23, 4 days after the murder, you text her and you say, says you found it. No, it's a statement or a question or whatever. It says you found it. And she does not respond.
And then there's no other text with you and her until September. It's just what's good, and that's it. When you say you found it, what are you talking about? The 23rd.
That time, I believe she was they was looking for a gun they had lost, or a gun she had lost.
Let's start talking about that. We are now well into July of 2010. We've seen that you and Cheryl are still.
And it was looking at the time and issues, talking to the lawyers to see about how much more time Mr. Hagerman thought he might have on direct examination. And I don't set time limits on lawyers. The law says have to give lawyers adequate but not excessive time to present their cases. Mr. Martin is not going to finish his testimony tonight. By the time Mr. Hagerman finishes and the cross-examination is done, it could be getting later into the evening than I would want to get. As I told you, we try to stop every day about 5:15 or 5:30. So remember the last question that was asked, because judges have really bad minds. Lawyers have really bad minds too. And so I don't want to run the risk of repeating a lot of what you heard today. So we're going to stop today at the last question that Mr. Hagerman asked. He might ask some other questions just to put it back in the perspective as to where we stop today. But we'll start tomorrow morning at 9:30. I think you have 10 cases set on the docket tomorrow morning. We're going to resume the trial at 9:30. Mr. Martin will resume the direct examination, and Mr. Perry and or Mr. Thomas will ask questions on cross-examination. You cannot discuss the case with anyone. You cannot discuss the case amongst yourselves. Let me know if the accommodations are okay. Let me know if the food is good. Let me know if the deputies are doing better. For those folks that love Memphis basketball, they actually won that game today by 11 points. Then they get to face Gonzaga in the second round. It may not be looking too promising. But see you back tomorrow morning at 9:30. You can follow Deputy Smith, please. Mr. Martin, we're going to resume your testimony tomorrow morning at 9:30. You cannot discuss your testimony with any of the lawyers overnight. And we'll see you back before the 9:30 tomorrow morning. Just remain seated for a second, please, sir. Yes, sir. Martin, they actually can follow right here to where Deputy Phillips is, please, sir. Watch yourself. Ms. Jones, you need to talk to Mr. Martin?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go through. For the record, the jury is out before we adjourn for the evening. Anything else we need to discuss? Of course, stand adjourned to 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, Friday, March 18. Thank you, Madam Clerk. For the regular clock, docket rather 9:30 for the continuation of the trial.
All right.